Look, you!
All right. Greetings, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm back for more Prince of Persia.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Netscape Navigators back for more unspeakable horrors. Thank you very, very much for your continued support. Thank you also, Lamasar. I see you there. Thank you very much for the continued Skull Club membership. I truly, truly appreciate it. Hello and welcome, everyone else. We are continuing our quest to explore a variety of Prince of Persia ports, remakes, adaptations, and what have you. What's up, Killick69? Greetings, greetings. Hope you're all doing well. So I'm back already. My streaming schedule is, of course, continuing to be highly sporadic, but that's just how it's going to be. I've been looking forward to this. Today we're going to be looking at two different incarnations of a game billed as Prince of Persia Classic by Gameloft. The Java phone version and the Xbox Live Arcade version. These were released in 2007 and are essentially a remake of the original game using the kind of aesthetic sort of set dressing of the Sands of Time, which is in a lot of ways like somewhat peculiar. I mean, in one way it's like super obvious, logical, makes sense and everything, but the thing that makes it a bit funny to me is that by 2007 I'm pretty sure, I can't remember the exact timeline, but surely, yeah, like even the third game of that series must have come out by that point, because Sands of Time was, I think, 2002, and at that point, like, sequels to games like that didn't take 5 years. So Warrior Within was presumably like 04, and what was the other one? Two Thrones, I guess, like 06, 05, 06, something like that. What's up, Unhinged NPC? We'll get to the box art review in a moment. Because, yeah, I guess the other reboot or whatever was 2008. So, like, Sands of Time was already... I'm not sure how to put it. Like, I can see it because I guess it's like the most recognizable version of the character and the general sort of vibe of it. But it's not as though they took like the most current version either, let alone like the upcoming like reboot version. Depending on how this aligned timing wise, I don't know the specifics, but it's entirely plausible that the 2008 version was not even like publicly revealed by the time these games came out, and who knows about the exact timeline of development and release, etc. So who knows? And I mean, I guess maybe they knew at the time that like the Warrior Within new metal Prince was not popular, and the the Two Thrones design, which I guess if this was conscious, they were correct in that even though it was the latest version at that time, it would not be like remembered by history. I mean, I couldn't even tell you what he looks like in that game offhand. Like, you have a sort of a metal arm claw thing or something, I think, because you can do some like, I mean, there's the whole thing in that game where you swap between I might even be remembering it correctly. There's like a, because Warrior Within had the weird sort of timeline, time travel, dark world, light world sort of thing, and I want to say that Two Thrones had some sort of a conceit where you swap between like the normal prince and the dark shadow prince or whatever, and maybe only one of them had like this grappling hook chain thing that you use to climb. I don't know. I played that game and I remember really liking it, and I couldn't even tell you. So, maybe in hindsight, attaching the sort of Sands of Time look to it was the more timeless kind of choice. So I guess that does make sense in that sort of way. Who knows how and why it came about exactly, but that's what we're gonna look at today. The Xbox Live Arcade version of PoP Classic I have played quite a bit, not least because I actually streamed it quite a bit. Maybe it was last year? Was it the year before then? I don't actually remember. But I did a bunch of streams where I did like deathless attempts on that game because there was like a bunch of achievements in that game that I decided to start grinding out. Obviously we'll get to it when we get to it, and I can Not only can I tell you more about what I think about that game, I almost assuredly cannot stop myself from talking about how I feel about that game. In fact, I'm struggling to do so right now. So when we play it, we'll cover that in depth. But the mobile version, or the Java version, I should specify, I have never played. I have booted it up, to make sure I can run it and stream it, but not more than about 2 seconds into the menus and maybe stage 1. So who knows? But Gameloft, who is responsible for both these games, I think if they're known for anything, it's probably their sort of extensive catalog of high-effort Java phone games. At least that's what I associate them with. And I think when I first did all of the preparation for this project, which would have been last year sometime, not in immediate recent memory, I wouldn't have sampled each game to get too much of an opinion on them ahead of time, but I would have wanted to make sure that I have the game running, it's running properly or smoothly, or to whatever extent it's supposed to, and I can control it. And the thing is, with a game that you're intimately familiar with, if you are testing it as far as making sure that the controls and gameplay work, there's a decent chance that if there's something terribly off about the game, you will immediately tell in those first couple of seconds. That was definitely the case with the Master System version, the Game Boy version, some of these more busted versions. And I feel like if that had been the case with this Java phone version, I would have a recollection of having had that experience, and I do not. Now, I do not have any recollection of playing through 3 screens and it feeling remarkably good, so it's fully possible that it does play terribly and I just forgot. Now, I don't think it's going to control... There's no way, really, realistically, logically, that it could control just like the original. But I think from my experience with Java phone games, it's pretty rare, at least from the ones I've played, that they're all that demanding from a control sort of input precision point of view. So I'm interested to see how they may have sort of simplified or changed some inputs. I have to imagine that probably you're going to be using diagonals for sneak stepping, that kind of thing. They may very well have sort of streamlined and simplified certain interactions. I mean, even the console version, the sort of defining aspect of that game, to me anyway, compared to other versions of Prince of Persia, is how they, dialed up the parkour slider and made it sort of easier and smoother to do certain things. Like, if you run into a wall, you can run up the wall and grab the ledge without running up to the wall, stopping, do a vertical jump, and those kinds of things. So there might be similar things in the phone version too. But the more interesting thing, I think, is assuming anyway that it's using the original levels, because there's only so much you can streamline and simplify while keeping the level design the same. There are other Prince of Persia phone games. There's another one which I also think is from Gameloft that I booted up to try, because once I was doing this research and was grabbing these games, coming across certain other games that fall outside the scope of this particular project but still caught my interest, I grabbed them and took a quick look at some of them. And there's one in particular that I can think of that looks pretty cool, and I definitely want to play properly and want to stream at some point, that had, to my recollection, a much simpler the gameplay sort of setup and everything was just sort of simplified, presumably in a way to sort of design something for a phone to it not be, for it not to be too like sort of fiddly and complex, which makes perfect sense. And that can still be a perfectly cool and exciting game in its own right. There was actually, come to think of it, I don't know that it's playable or accessible in any way today, but there was like an endless runner based on Prince of Persia that I think came out on smartphones, that I think used visuals that were sort of adapted from the DOS version of the first game. I never played it, but I vaguely recall it. I don't know, I just remembered it now. But so, you know, when things have been developed for phones, as you might expect, their initial kind of starting point isn't necessarily faithfully recreating the original game, but rather designing and creating something as a phone game. But with PoP Classic, it is my understanding, I mean, certainly the console game, which is the same as it was on smartphones, it is the original game. So I assume the same to be the case of the Java one, but technically I don't know that for a fact. I haven't actually played it. But it'll be very interesting to see how all that manifests, I guess, like, you know, just seeing what it's like. And indeed, Lomasar, anticipation is building on my end as well. I'm excited. So just to get some oversight, we can hop on over here quickly before we dig into some box art reviewing. Just as a visual aid and context, we have the J2ME and Xbox Live Arcade versions from 2007, which are the primary concern of today's stream. But I also have lined up, ready to go, if we are so inclined and if the timing feels right, the Commodore 64 fan-made version from 2011. And I think trying to do all three in one go might be a bit much. Well, we'll see. I just wanted to be ready if we can do it, because there is a possibility that these next two are gonna be relatively quick, because I think, I mean, I know I can clear the Xbox one. The Java phone one might also go. I hope they both go better than the last several ones, at least. And the BBC Micro and Atari 8-bit ones are, well, the Atari game is a direct port of the BBC Micro one, as I understand it. So there's a chance that they're essentially identical. Whether or not, I think it would be potentially ideal to play them and sort of look at them back to back. And that's why I think maybe I want, if possible, it might be beneficial to try to squeeze in the C64 version on today's stream, to sort of make sure that we can look at the last two ones together. But and we'll see. And if we can't, that's not really that big a deal. But that's what we have lined up. Before we get to that, though, I have been requested to review some box art. And we are going to be looking at, I guess, the North American release. Oh, there we go. That's why I do that. Of Magna Carta Tears of Blood for the PS2.
What have you got there?
I am only very vaguely familiar with Magna Carta. Not my kind of thing, and not anything I've ever played. But I am familiar to the extent that I am familiar with the art of Hyung-tae Kim, which I would not say that this is his best work. I mean, it certainly got hallmarks of his style in terms of the anatomy and colors and things like that. But it's I don't think it's a very good cover. But I wonder to what extent it's just a weird, like, American clip art hodgepodge thing, because it's got these characters on this mega generic just gradient, and the logo sort of blends in with stuff. It's weird. Like, I don't think the illustration is his best work to begin with, but the illustration is still the strongest link of a generally kind of whack cover. I don't know if this... I know the name Magna Carta, but I don't know if it's a series of a bunch of different games. I don't know if this is the one game. I don't know any of the details. But I basically came across the artwork when these games were, I guess, relatively current. And kind of became a fan. Not of the games. Like I said, I don't know them at all. But of Hyung-Tae Kim's artwork. At least I was a fan then. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar, but he is currently more known as the CEO of Shift Up, who are the developers of Stellar Blade and Nikke. And as an artist or creator or what have you, he is more active as like posting AI slop on Twitter. So like I feel like he must have gone off the deep end at some point or another. But I guess that's like kind of neither here nor there. But it's an interesting career trajectory. I think his let's just say I think his art 20 years ago was more interesting than the stuff his company puts out today from a purely aesthetic, artistic point of view. And it would be very cool. Like, if I was going to say it would be cool if they could put out something that looks more like it came from him artistically. I guess for an artist to kind of have that trajectory, I was going to say that it would be, I would love to see more of their art expressed in the product. But I guess what he would create today isn't what he would create 20 years ago anyway. So maybe we are seeing that. I don't know, but I digress. I guess I'm bringing this up kind of because I want to point out that I do like his art, but I don't like this cover. I think the composition of these two figures is very messy. There's weird, like, I like his exaggerated anatomy. And generally, I don't mind, like, I've seen plenty of pictures that he's drawn with kind of exaggerated and almost, like, contorted poses and stuff like that. And I don't mind that at all. It can lead to very expressive images. But here, I think it's kind of weird because the biggest thing for me is the lady in the front, the way she's holding her, I don't even know what, her staff thing? I don't even know what it is. But the way, I don't know, I guess it's something to do with the shading of her forearm, like the foreshortening is kind of weird and the color sort of blends into the background. But her arm, or her hand more specifically, like, it looks like it's connected to the other character's arm, and something about the sleeve of the extended hand above her head makes it look like it's connected to her somehow. So, like, when I sort of subconsciously scan this image, I connect her hand with his shoulder, and vice versa. Like, it's like her hand is above her head, and the other guy has this like weird backwards hand with this cane, and then it also like blends in with the hair. Like, it's a thing, like, I have to really look at it really hard to discern like what the actual poses are. And not only do I have to do that, but it's like I have to constantly reset my brain because my brain like veers off into reading it incorrectly. Like, it takes a weird amount of effort for my brain to register like what's actually being depicted, and that's extremely distracting. And to me, that like overshadows anything else that's happening. But there is some weird stuff with like foreshortening and stuff too, where it's like the sword that should be sort of going on in front of everything still looks like it's smaller or being sort of less foreshortened than the hand holding the cane or wand or whatever you want to call it. I mean, I'm certainly not perfect with perspective and foreshortening either. Like it's fine. Things like that can be imperfect and they can still be fine. But it adds to an already kind of messy soup of just overlapping detail chaos that is very kind of unsettling to look at. Not in the kind of dread or unease or nausea, but literally like I can't relax looking at it. It's like it's triggering some kind of like ADHD something or other. It's funny. It's an interesting kind of bad cover because it's well, bad, but like the things about it that I don't like are very specific in something that otherwise in many ways is both very well executed technically, but also has imperfections or things that you could consider imperfections that I absolutely don't mind at all. What's up, Imaginary Exponent? You're welcome to share your opinion. There's no arguing with my score, but I don't have any problems with audience participation or sharing of opinions in chat, by all means. So yeah, like so the image is kind of busy and it's kind of weird to me. I feel like the logo doesn't quite work with, like, it too is in itself kind of messy and a little difficult to read, and it's not helped by how it intersects with the illustration. I really don't like the flat sort of gradient background. So I think for me, like in a rare case of a relative high degree of technical proficiency, to me this is still a below average box. I'm gonna give it 2 stars. And I think I'm sure Youngtae Kim can, if not has, created box art that is firmly in the 4 to 5 star region, and he is not entirely to blame because I think even this exact same illustration presented in a different way could easily be at least up to 3 stars. But it's not like, we've looked at other covers that have had a highly competent illustration presented in a dogshit way that completely drags everything down, and that's not entirely the case here either. So I find that sort of interesting. But I guess that's my take on this cover. Let's see. We had another request, which I apparently have to verify my age to look at. Okay, I want to. I think we might have done this before, possibly. I guess I didn't have it saved, so maybe we didn't. Well, I guess we'll look at it. Let me just double check something. Oh, no, I guess not. So up next we will look at... Aha! We did look at it, but it was... I see, okay. But fuck it, these aren't really properly recorded or saved in an easily findable way, and if someone requested it, I'm sure they didn't watch it last time, so let's, I guess, revisit the box for Quarantine. It's pretty neat. It's pretty evocative. Yeah, it's fine. I was gonna, you know, I could have asked you to find something else, but honestly, I kind of can't be bothered. We'll just roll with this. It's fine. I kind of want to get to Prince of Persia anyway. Yeah, it's obviously, you know, thematically pretty dark but in a clever way where it's not really, you know, you can still, or at least then, put it on a shelf. I think this game has had a few different covers. I think it's been released under different titles as well. I want to say this was on the 3DO originally, but yeah, it's like a futuristic driving game. This is a different version of the box, but I have the other one in front of me where it has the tagline, "Driving a cab in this town, ... is murder," which I feel like is a little bit on the nose, I guess. I don't know. I prefer the more minimalist one without the text. I'm not overly fond of this. It's one of those things where I can appreciate the clever idea of it, and I think it's well executed, but it doesn't really tickle my fancy, personally. It reminds me of these sort of, you know, minimalist movie posters where you take this sort of single color cutout of some recognizable scene from a film, and you sort of frame that as like a poster or whatnot, which again, like it can be clever, it can be visually pleasing, but it's not the type of artwork, and it's not the type of concept that really you know, hits the spot for me from a purely subjective point of view of what I like. So it's like I can appreciate it, and I like its cleverness. I like it. I don't think it's bad, but it doesn't speak to me on a personal level. And I think there's like, for me, I couldn't give like top marks to a piece of art that doesn't speak to me. I can appreciate it, I can respect it, and I can think it's cool on a more theoretical level, I guess we can call it. But I think for me in general, like there are multiple aspects to it. There's sort of the purely emotional, subjective response to something. There's, you know, the technical, artistic execution. There's sort of the concept of the idea. There's the degree to which the subject matter of the game is represented through the box. There's the matter of how the attitude and identity and vibes of the game are represented, or, you know, the sort of core, you know, you can have a game that isn't being represented literally like this. You know, the game doesn't look like this at all. And not only does the game not look like this from a kind of stylistic point of view, you also don't literally, like, your car is not covered in blood such that it must be, you know, wiped away with the window wipers. Like, it is a more I mean, it is literal in a sense. It's not too far off from what happens, but it's you know, obviously the idea here is much more about a striking image that evokes the idea of what's happening, more so than depicting the game in action. And I think any one of these things, like, there's no hierarchy in which one of these things is more important than another, objectively or sort of universally, in my opinion. But I do think, like, you don't necessarily need every one of these kind of categories or perspectives to be, like, to hit the absolute top marks for it to be an awesome cover. Or at least that's not what I'm looking for. I don't think of things that way when I judge them. Maybe if you were to chart it somehow, all of the ones I would give, you know, 5 or more stars do rank highly in every single one of those categories. I don't know offhand. But I think that sort of pure emotional response to looking at it is ultimately the one that means the most. Because if that one if you resonate, or if a piece of art resonates with you, whatever phrasing is more grammatically correct, if you have a strong emotional response to a piece of art, none of the other things really matter, right? Like, you're not going to have an emotional response to a piece of art and say, oh man, I love this, and then go, but you know, it's not that clever, or not that original, or it doesn't represent the game, so actually, never mind, I was mistaken. Even though I emotionally love this, it's not good. Like, I mean, maybe some people think that way, but I don't think I do. And it kind of goes both ways. Like, if I dig into some kind of scientific analysis of a piece of art, I may very well find new avenues of appreciation. Maybe something is so clever that it doesn't register with me on first glance, and I have to look at it more closely, and then eventually something clicks, and I go, oh shit, you know, that's actually pretty dang clever. You know, that might happen. Or I might take a closer look at something. You know, maybe you see something and it's a shitty scan, and then you see it in much higher quality, or you see it in person, and you go, oh wow, I didn't realize this was so well painted, or whatever it is. And it's not like that won't change your impression at all. But I think, for me at least, if that emotional response is weak, and I have to put effort into a more analytic breakdown of things that are cool about it, it's not going to generate a more genuine emotional response. I guess another way to put it, I was just thinking, like, you know, when you hear a joke and your response is to say, that's funny, instead of laughing, like, I feel like that's kind of the same thing. Like, you see something and you go, oh, that's funny. But if it's actually properly funny, like, that's not going to be your reaction. You're going to have a more pure emotional response of laughter. And I feel like this is the equivalent of that, where I can look at this and go, that's nice, but it doesn't elicit that emotional response from me. I think, I don't know if I reasoned in a completely different way last time, but how I feel right now, I can give this a very respectful 4 stars, because I think it is very clever. I think it is very striking. I think it is very cool. I think in any collection of video game box arts, this is going to immediately stand out and be eye-catching, and I think it's cool. It's like, this passes the poster test in the sense that if you were to sell this as a poster, there's gonna be people who would, irrespective of their connection to the game, go, man, that looks cool, what a cool poster. It would be like successful as a poster. It doesn't pass the test for me personally, because I wouldn't feel interested in having this as a poster. So yeah, I guess those are my feelings on the box art for Quarantine. Thank you very much for the request. I hope you appreciate that. What's up, Nikita Lobo? Greetings. So yeah, there you go. We are going to draw the line there and get back to some Prince of Persia port exploration. Up opponent. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything against minimalism. I think it can be super cool, but I wouldn't say that it's categorically something that I have a strong response to. Like, I think, if anything, it tends to be the kind of thing where I do... I guess you could say that it tends to elicit more of an intellectual response than an emotional one for me, where I can appreciate the craft going into figuring out how to depict something in an almost abstracted way. I mean, in some ways, you could say that that's a lot of what I like about pixel art, or like low poly 3D, or just low fidelity digital graphics in general, where you have to work within a strict set of limitations and make creative decisions with how things are depicted. It's not the literal exact same thing, but it's similar in that I can respect and appreciate the craft that goes into making those decisions that lead to a particular expression that's interesting and appealing to look at. But if we're talking more specifically about these sort of monochromatic or like, you know, sort of striking minimalist graphic design type illustrations, it's just not my favorite style of illustration, I guess. Anywho, that is that, and this is this. And by this, I mean the Prince of Persia port exploration. As previously mentioned, we are going to primarily be focusing on 2 games from Gameloft. Hang on, let me get some things in order here. Both titled Prince of Persia Classic. I guess we can do this. Just take a close look at, this is the title screen, which I guess we'll do as a game cover for this game. And as you can see, we've got the Sands of Time main character. I don't know or remember if... I mean, presumably that's Jafar in the foreground. I don't know if his model / design is taken from the villain from Sands of Time, or if it's like a new design. It seems plausible that they would do that. But it's been long enough since I played Sands of Time, and I think every character design except for the prince and Farah, is that her name? The lady? Are kind of bland and forgettable, so I don't remember what any of it looks like. Speaking of, the princess in the back, I mean, I assume that's the princess tied to a pillar, looking like she's coming straight off of a fucking Ebony ad or something. She feels very weirdly out of place. I guess it's also because we've got this like weird truncated limited color palette artifacting, but it sort of looks like a heavily compressed photo or something, just like weirdly photoshopped in there. I don't know, it's a bit of a weird look. But we'll see. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you would see her on screen properly in the console version, at least. I don't think that's what she looks like, but I definitely don't really remember. I vaguely recall Jafar looking like that, sort of, kind of, at least, in the console game. But with the phone game, I mean, who knows? We'll see. But yeah, without further ado, we are going to be playing this on emulator, and it's same weird old bad emulator that I have set up and know how to use. I don't know for a fact that what we're going to be experiencing is 100% authentic to the original phone experience, and even then, depending on your handset, things could be quite different. I don't really know. But it's the best I can manage, and hopefully it's representative enough. It'll be an interesting experience regardless. But we're going to boot it up and see how it goes. It appears the capture's working. Do you want sound? Do I? Yes. Audio levels look pretty okay. I'm going to guess that we're not going to have a tremendous amount of audio. That seems to typically be the case. Got the familiar Francis Mactor music. Greetings, Broccoli Donut. We are indeed Java Gaming. All right, so we're hit with advertising for more games. We have assignments. This might be the first Prince of Persia game with built-in homework. That's interesting. Options, help, about. All right, let's browse a little bit here before we get into the game. Interesting. Let's keep all this stuff on, because I'm interested in seeing how the game presents this stuff. Let's reset all data just in case I had anything saved prior. So butterfly is a bit of a confusing thing here, maybe. But I do know what this means because I have played the other version. And this is a feature that I don't like, and I'm glad that you can turn it off. But again, we're going to keep it on for the sake of experiencing it. And it's basically a little butterfly that shows you where to go. The tutorial, I guess, is just going to explain to you different types of moves or what have you, or things as they happen, which honestly, with the phone controls, I might need actually. So it's a good thing to keep that turned on anyway. But yeah, the butterfly kind of removes the exploration aspect or the figuring out your way around the level aspect of the game, which to me is sort of, I guess it's a perfect microcosm of what this version of the game sets out to do and why it's probably successful in reaching a certain audience, a wider audience, but why I also think it's completely undermining the design of the game. Because I feel like if you're the type of person who looks at this option and say, oh, great, I tried playing Prince of Persia 30 years ago, or it looked cool, or I've never heard of it, or whatever, but I don't want to get lost in these dungeons. Oh, what a relief that I can have this thing that lets me know, that's going to keep me from getting lost. And if it weren't for this feature, I would not take the plunge and try to play Prince of Persia. This person I just made up is not that hard to believe that they would exist. And I think quite clearly, releasing a product like this, if we think of Ubisoft in 2007, they're gonna want to hit as wide an audience as possible. So putting emphasis on those kinds of features makes sense. It's like the original Prince of Persia game, and I mean, to their credit, even today, it's a game that has a reputation for being very difficult and very unfair and very rude or whatever. I think it's inaccurate to describe the game that way, but I understand why you might think of it that way. I think many people who have that image of Prince of Persia have either never really played it properly themselves, or they played it as a kid, or they played it very briefly and they didn't really understand the controls, or they game overed once. It's a game that has a learning curve, and it's a game that you aren't going to complete the first time you play it. And I think for a lot of people, they conflate that with a feeling of it being too difficult, or just an unfair, or kind of a rude game. And if that's your perception, then it makes sense that these kind of concessions will alleviate those concerns and by extension make the game better, so to speak. I may be a little stubborn, but my feeling on that is sort of that it's approaching it kind of from the wrong direction. I would rather encourage or teach someone to appreciate the game, I'm hesitant to say correctly, but let's say on the game's own terms. Because I think the game is a masterpiece. It doesn't need those things to be appreciated. And I think it's hard to argue that those things don't undermine some of the things that make the game fun and engaging to play. What's up, Fluffy Quack? This version and the console version both came out in 2007. Also available on Xbox Live Arcade. I don't have a strict release timeline, but it's safe to say that they were developed in tandem to some degree or another. They are, in a manner of speaking, two different SKUs of the same game. Original creation team. Maybe that's the other version's staff. Because this was also released on smartphones, but that version is like much more one-to-one. Like that's 3D, whatever. Like it's more one-to-one with the console game. Whereas this is all 2D pixel art, Chinese developed. Actually, well, we'll see if we can look at the credits for the other version, but the other one was also Game Loft, but I don't know. I'm sure they would have had different teams and studios. All your friends who had a pirated DOS copy liked it. I mean, I think obviously I only have extremely anecdotal evidence, but I feel like people who played it back then liked it. This idea of it, this more... I mean, I think a lot of people, including myself, who played it back then, never finished it or even got close to finishing it. I mean, I thought Doom was cool as hell, but I feel like I'm not sure if I ever played Doom without cheat codes. And even then, like, I would sort of fuck around a little bit. Like, I don't think I play the shareware version quite a bit, but I don't have any single recollection of, like, completing the shareware episode from beginning to end. Like, it was... And I think that's partially a reflection of how I've always enjoyed playing games, where completing them and beating them was never that important to me. Like, my ability or willingness or interest in completing a game from beginning to end does not necessarily correlate with my appreciation for a game. Like, there's plenty of games that I love or have very strong affection for that I never got far into, for any number of reasons, not necessarily because it's too difficult. And I've just never felt that strongly that it's like I have to finish a game, or that I can't like a game unless I have played it through completion or what have you. And I think Prince of Persia falls firmly in that category. I mean, I've always liked it, but my current sort of feeling towards the game and my perception of it as most likely, or, you know, if I had to make a singular choice, I would probably describe it as my favorite game of all time. That's not how I felt as a kid, but I liked it, you know. And I feel like I never got anywhere, or it's like, you know, I may have seen a good chunk of the game through, you know, cheat codes and skipping levels or whatever, but I never had the experience of properly playing the game through. Like, I'm sure I felt that it's so punishing, that there's the timer and whatever, and I, like, maybe I think was not the kind of person or the kind of player who was poised to form a negative opinion on it because of those things. Whereas I can see why some people might. But even so, I think it was more common maybe to have that attitude back then of, like, at least this was my experience, games were a novelty in and of themselves. It was kind of a luxury to get to experience a game. And to a degree, the thought of a game being good or bad didn't even necessarily really enter the picture. Like, the idea of dismissing a game or refusing to play a game, sure, you like this thing more than that thing, but sort of turning your nose at something and saying that's not for me, or I don't like it, or I think it's bad, was sort of didn't happen as much when any opportunity to play a game, any opportunity to experience something you hadn't seen before was inherently exciting and cool and valuable. So I think it was easier to have, like, a more general average sort of baseline of positivity towards games, regardless of how well you did with them and what have you. And even, of course, you know, you go to some friend's place and he's borrowed his Amiga from his cousin and he's got like 18 boxes full of floppies with 2,000 games. Like, it's not necessarily that each individual game is such a rarity. You could have a volume of games, but even so, it was just like a different vibe, I guess, with like exploring games and experiencing new things. That's how I felt anyway. And I think that maybe lends itself to having a more open mind in a way. Again, this is not, you know, scientific. It's not objective, but it was my perspective. And I feel like that feeling was, I can't say it's universal, but it was something shared with, I shared that feeling with my peers to a larger degree then than I do now, I guess I could say. And I think, obviously, at the time when it was current, you could only ever look at it as a current thing. You could look at it as you would any other game. Whereas as time goes on, it becomes a game that people go back to. It becomes a game that people look into based on its reputation. And it builds and contributes to that reputation, right? When you decide to look at a game because you've heard such and such about it, and then you see how it makes you feel, and it can either reinforce or perhaps, you know, make you reevaluate the whatever preconceived notion you would have had about the game. So I don't think it's that people back then were like fucking sheeple and I'm part of the elite few who could appreciate this game's genius or anything like that. But I think it's more so people who maybe didn't play it that much back then who come to it now, or maybe even haven't played it, but you know, they bounced off it and they just have this perception, even, you know, whether or not they think it's a cool game, they have the perception that it's too difficult, or that it's a, you know, the defining aspect of Prince of Persia is that it's extremely punishing, or what have you. I think for sure it has gained that sort of reputation, and I think it makes sense to me how a reputation like that would be strengthened over time compared to how it might have been perceived when people first played it in like the early 90s. Obviously, that's very speculative, but that's how I feel. But I mean, jokes aside, Broccoli Donut, I think for sure, if people only ever played it on Master System and Mega Drive and NES and Game Boy, yeah, I would expect them to bounce off of it more than if they had played a good computer version. So that's that perspective is not without merit for sure. Anyway, let's not digress too much further about that. Let's look at help. 4 or 6 to run. Jump and crouch. Yep, makes sense. 1 or of course the phone numpad is going to be like inverted compared to a computer keyboard. So this is diagonal up or left, or upper left, left or right. And you can do a backwards turn around long jump, or a standing forward jump. Press 5 to jump up or forward automatically. I guess we will have to figure out from context what this means, because automatically would typically for me imply that it does not involve pushing a button. Maybe it means it's a context sensitive jump that either goes straight up or forward depending on your environs. The jump key while running, does that mean 2? Or am I supposed to use a separate function key to jump? Yeah, there we go. Diagonals for walking carefully. Well, okay, I guess 7 or 9 in my case, 1 or 3. The diagonals while running to do the jump. Because no, wait. Fuck, it's so confusing. 8 while running is a running crouch. So that's to do a dive. I guess that sort of replaces the scoot to get through closing doors. 5 is like the action key. Combat mode, 5 is attack. Up, down, or back to block a blow, meaning I guess you can't step backwards. 0 to put your weapon away. I guess it doesn't say that we can walk forwards either. So combat might be a bit different. There's a map button? We have the butterfly and a map? Yeah, so if you have a D-pad on your phone, this would work as well. Makes sense. What's up, Gegizembu? Yeah, I think it's interesting as far as like reputations and the perception of games, because in some ways, I think you're in some instances at least, like I agree completely with what you're saying. Like as far as the reputation of a game being built off of something that's sort of stuck in a moment in time, or there's a I mean, I guess we could if we wanted to, we could somewhat derisively call it like the AVGN effect, right? Of like a generation of I don't know, white guys with beards on the internet and their younger kin who, just sort of formed an opinion on, I don't know, Castlevania 2 based on a funny video from 20 years ago. And that perception sticks. I think it's not the same thing exactly, but it's very related. Like that happens too, where a a perspective or a reflection on, in this instance, a piece of media takes on a life of its own, and it becomes a sort of shorthand. Like it's easier to digest a publicly available opinion than forming your own. So especially if that opinion is put forth in such a way that you have an easy time trusting and putting faith into the idea that you would share that opinion, it's not difficult to sort of hitch your wagon to it, I guess. Which I think isn't the same thing as you're describing, but I think it's an adjacent phenomenon that there's like an overlap between these things. And in that instance, it's not a matter of James Rolfe's way of looking at Castlevania 2 is what caught on, so everyone would perform their own analysis of that game through his lens and come to the same conclusion and form their opinion based on that. But rather they look at the Angry Video Game Nerd video on Castlevania 2 and form their opinion on the game as opposed to playing it and forming their opinion, or whatever it might be. And because of that, because that original analysis is by definition, that in itself is a piece of media that it doesn't change over time. So that's stuck in a moment in time, and you can sort of only really take away the same thing from that whenever, regardless of when you watch it or whatever. I mean, it's going to transform a little bit when you don't even watch that, but rather hear the sort of averaged out sort of Game of Telephone remembered synopsis of that video a couple of decades later. Whatever, that's a whole other thing too. But that can happen. But I think with as I described with Prince of Persia and its reputation, I think it's almost the opposite, where its perception, I mean, a reputation is sort of self-perpetuating by definition, right? Like, if something has gained a reputation, the reputation itself at least has the capability of being perpetuated irrespective and sort of independently of the thing itself. But I think with Prince of Persia, the idea is like, once there is a perception, and it's not, that's not unique to that game, but the reputation provides a kind of preconceived notion, or it provides a almost template of an expectation for what experience you are going to have playing the game. So people trying out Prince of Persia in 1992 or 2003 or 2014 or 2026 may have come to it with different sets of expectations that may have been more or less sort of reinforced by the degree to which that reputation may have been perpetuated up until that point. And I think looking at the game as a particularly punishing and challenging and rude game only becomes easier with time, as the context for what you would perceive as a punishing or challenging game is gonna be different. I think, funnily enough, I think it may be, you may be more charitable to it in 2026 than you might have been in 2012, just based on very, very broad, generalized sort of game design trends. I don't think, at least not in the circles I would run in, I don't think we are currently at a peak for sort of sanded down, like removing all friction from a game design mentality. I think there exists more alternatives to that way of thinking today than 10 or 15 years ago. But things like that, like the mindset, you don't experience any piece of media in a vacuum. Like, you come to it with your external experiences and biases and sort of expectations based on everything else. And I think those can help, or I mean, not help, but like they can, or they will rather to one degree or another, like reinforce or challenge the expectations you would have playing something like Prince of Persia based on its reputation. Anyway, I find these kinds of discussions very interesting, and I guess I have a lot to say. I don't know. I mean, it's very off the cuff. It's not some grand manifest or anything. But it's like, I don't know. I'm just verbalizing thoughts in real time, and I do find it interesting. But I think I'm going to have to try to cap it there so we can eventually play some video games. Like, I almost trying not to read chat too much because I get too riled up into interesting conversations. But don't mind me. Player of Persia, yeah, maybe we'll see about that. All right, I'm curious. I'm not terribly afraid of spoilers. You know, I've beaten this game many times in other incarnations, so I'm curious to see, you know, what these hints are. The butterfly may help you find the way out, i.e., if you enable butterfly, it'll tell you exactly where to go. Spike traps and speed are a deadly combination. Jump onto walls to propel yourself and climb faster. I don't hate Prince of Persia 2. I mean, I despise it in some ways, but that's different. No, jokes aside, I think it's a game that I find really annoying because I think it's like, Prince of Persia 2 is a game that feels like it's taking a deliberate stance in the position of very deliberately like refusing to build on the particular aspects of the original game that I found to be so good, and instead goes in what I feel is a far less interesting direction. I think, you know, there is absolutely merit to what the game is doing. I think it makes for a less interesting and less compelling and less fun experience. But that's my opinion. I think if you play the original game and your takeaway personally is that, like, I would want more challenge, I want more action, I can see how that approach leads to a game like Prince of Persia 2. If you're the kind of player who absolutely did not find the first game, you know, sufficiently punishing and rude, 2 is that game. Like I've said before, but I think Prince of Persia 2 is closer to people who don't like the original and describe it in kind of a dismissive, disrespectful way, I feel like the way they're talking about it, they're actually more close to describing Prince of Persia 2. But everyone's free to like whatever. I have no qualm with anyone liking Prince of Persia 2. I mean, Lord knows that I have tastes and opinions that, like, I would say, I mean, if it weren't for the fact that I'm hopefully, you know, old and wise enough to not actually feel that way, I would say, like, I'm almost embarrassed about the pride I may have taken in being, like, contrarian. And I mean, that's not something I'm proud of in and of itself, but I'm like, I have no problem standing up for my opinions, and I'm not ashamed of liking what I like, regardless of what anyone else might think. And I think that's healthy. You should not, like, I think it's equally healthy to reassess things that you like, and if you come to the realization that you don't like a thing anymore, or you see things in a different perspective that make you not like it, I think that's personal growth, and that's a good thing. But you shouldn't feel bad for liking something and then finding out that, like, somebody you respect doesn't like it or whatever. I think that's less healthy, I think. These hints are pretty basic, but I guess they're important if you haven't played the game before, or at least they're the kind of things that you should eventually intuit or figure out. But if you don't have time for that, I guess that you can just have the game tell you. I mean, that's the other thing, Nikita. Like, I look forward to, at some point or another, giving Prince of Persia 2 a real proper go. And I expect that my opinions on it are gonna change somewhat. I think it's unusual for me, I think, to revisit a game and come out with a completely unchanged perspective. Even something like Sands of Time, which I'd played when it was current, and I revisited it, I think it was around 2020. I came away liking it a lot, and it was sort of, I didn't change my opinion on it, but I was able to apply my current self to the kind of assessment of the game. And even if I came to a conclusion that wasn't all that different, I know that the way I assess the game is informed by, you know, a rough 2 decades of life experience that I've amassed since I played the game the last time. And it makes for a different evaluation, a different process of evaluation, regardless of what the outcome is. And if, like, as an absolute minimum, confirming that something is good and fun that you thought was good and fun can be rewarding in its own way. So I think I felt like I got something out of revisiting it, and I felt like, even if ultimately you could very, you know, the word, not dismissively, but sort of reductively say that, well, I played it in 2002 and I liked it, and then I played it in 2020 and I still liked it. It still wasn't really a matter of I didn't gain anything from playing it again, or I had the same exact experience. I think there were certainly different things and aspects that I appreciated, and I appreciated things in maybe a different way, or certainly with a different context. And I expect to have a similar experience with Prince of Persia 2 whenever I get to properly play it. And I don't expect to come out of it liking the game. You know, at least not. I don't think my position is going to fundamentally change because I know what type of things about it that I don't like. But it's entirely possible that I will find new things to appreciate about it, or just, again, have a slight shift in perspective and context that make me feel different about it. But I think there's a degree to which I just find it kind of funny how different it is from the original game. And I feel like in some ways it's, I guess, you could, maybe uncharitably, I don't know, say that I consider it like a little bit of a badge of honor to have such a thorough just sense of why I like the original and what I like about it, to be able to pinpoint or sort of like see pretty clearly why I don't like the sequel as much. And like Prince of Persia 2 in a roundabout way helps, even to myself, illustrate why I like the original so much, because it provides a contrast, it provides a difference, a demonstration of how a Prince of Persia game could look like if the things that I like so much about the original weren't that way. In an extremely roundabout way, you could say that I definitely appreciate it for that. Just 8. Are there people who actually like Prince of Persia 2? It appears that a number of them are in my chat currently. And no hate on that. Like I said, you know, I think as long as no one is getting hurt, all perspectives are welcome. And I think disagreement, certainly on you know, something as subjective as appreciation of entertainment media, as long as it can be reasonably you know, described and explained and discussed, I think a difference in opinion and difference in perspective can be really valuable and really interesting. So I think it's a positive thing. Let's look at our homework. Are these just clearing levels? I mean, this is getting the sword, obviously. This would be jumping through the mirror, I presume. This maybe kill the minister. This is the low gravity. This getting rescued by the mouse, I would assume. This is the upside down potion. I wonder if these are the same. I think these very well might be the same as the achievements in the Xbox version. Because I think Survivor is just clearing the game without dying. So this would be, you know, defeating the shadow, and this would be clearing the game. So I reckon this is probably finding all the potions, which I do remember is an achievement in the other game. This, I don't know, but I guess we'll see if we clear the game how many of these we actually get. Maybe I can get a description, because I can, I guess, press the OK button, but let's not do that. Assignment is a very funny, like, alternate name for achievements, by the way. All right. Well, that was a very interesting discussion, but let's play some Prince of Persia Classic, shall we? I guess we didn't... There was no, like, intro. Maybe it comes... Well, let's find out. Normal. Coins will help you out during the whole game. Classic, time attack, survival. Interesting. I mean, even if we had a choice, I would pick the weird new mode with coins. I mean, especially if that's what the game presents as the default. So let's do it. In ancient times, the Sultan of the powerful and wealthy kingdom of Persia left his realm to wage war in faraway lands. In the Sultan's absence, the Grand Vizier Jafar rules with an iron fist of tyranny. Whatever. With the sexy princess art, and now she looks totally different. You must marry Jafar or die within the hour. Yeah, the Jafar sprite does look familiar. All the princess's hopes now rest on the brave youth she loves. I kind of liked the sexy belly dancer princess stock art in the loading screen, even if it doesn't really match anything else. And here it feels like we kind of had yet another art style and yet another design. I guess that's still supposed to be the princess. That's her like third look in 3 different screens. What's up, Dino? Please. Always in favor of forming your own opinions. Yeah, I think that's it's hard to argue against that position in terms of I understand why people lean on consensus, and I think charitably, at least, it doesn't necessarily always happen consciously. But I think that's not necessarily you can still take responsibility for your own, like, for how you not necessarily form opinions, but if and how you choose to regurgitate and like perpetuate perceptions and opinions on things. You can choose to not, at least strive towards not perpetuating opinions with no empiric like experience behind them. And I think that's something honorable to strive towards. All right, so level 1, prison. That's kind of cool. I like that's very magic sword looking tower. I like that the levels have names. That's a cool touch. I don't remember if that's a thing in the 360 game. Oh boy. I mean, I like this. We see the guard actually threatening us through here. Things are already looking quite different in that, like, I guess this is the room, but we've got a lot of scrolling here. Right. Flipping over the edge. I'm automatically hanging on, I see. We're being told here for like the 12th time that the butterfly might help us out. Trying to figure out how the controls for this work. Yeah, so that's the forward jump button. Okay, I guess it works a little different. Ooh, okay. That's not how you do a running jump. Works a little different from like the console version. Oh, that's right. This is a move you can do. There's a potion here. Taking a big swing. That's not how you jump either, I guess. That's a good sound effect. Game over. Try again. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, there's even a percentage for completing coins. That's actually kind of interesting, because it does sort of incentivize exploration in a different way. Okay, I have to kind of let go of run when I press the jump key. I just can't hold multiple keys at once. Okay, I guess that doesn't quite work. Okay, it's kind of cool. They're using the coins. It's like Donkey Kong Country 2 tutorialization with showing, like, implying that you can... is this a health upgrade here? I guess it is. Okay. Like indicating that you can jump over spikes, for example. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff like that where you kind of automatically grab ledges. Portable potion? Well, when did that happen? Alright. Assignment completed, the lost weapon. Checkpoint, all right. I guess we can look at the map. So weird. You can scroll. Zoom in the map view. Oh, 25 coins. I see. So it's not 25 total coins in the map. Whoa, I just ran half a tile. It's kind of weird that you can do that. Well, it's certainly different. Get a little visual edge of the screen indicator for doors opening and closing. It's funny because I feel like there's a degree to which some of those concessions are purely like, well, this is information that you should have had. Well, I guess we can grab that now. If you could properly see this entire screen. But because you don't, can I? I can. Okay, that's all weird. I can do a running jump after running like one tile. Definitely a lot of weirdness. If you'd rather flee. Whoa! It's a long wind-up animation. Perfect. Plus 600 points. I guess this game has score. Five, right, okay. It's very funny because, like, being a phone game and everything else being sort of, like, the game as a whole being, I guess you could call it compromised by the limitations of, like, the screen space and, like, simultaneous inputs and everything else. Classic mode without coins. Barracks. I guess this is a map screen? That's actually kind of sick. I don't think the game needs it, but it's an interesting thing to add. Look at that little skeleton up there. There's a guy there, yeah. Dude, the startup on the enemy attack is quite something. But what I was going to say is I feel like the... There's a dive roll. I wonder if I can dive roll through spikes. Sort of, but not more than one, I guess. Oh yeah, I guess I just realized that you see the enemy health bar up top, which obviously makes sense. But what I was going to say is that there's... Sure. The entire... Oh, that looked weird. So yeah, the layout here is different, because you can't make that jump. You couldn't make that jump in the original. It's a little difficult to recognize if screens are changed, just because we, you know, the viewport is so different. Anyway, what I've been trying to say here for a minute is... All right, that's a... Right. A lot of what's different here is just the same as what's different in the console game. And yeah, I can walk forward and backward. I guess they didn't... Oh, okay. I have to, like, hold the... Blocking just works different. Physics of that was a little weird. The entire experience is so transformed that it's less... I'm less inclined to look at, like, changes in mechanics or controls as changes or mechanics, but rather, like, this is a different game and this is how they chose to do things, some of which being more, debatably more reasonable you know, concessions or simplifications or streamlining or whatever, to sort of accommodate the mobile controls. Like, I'm kind of making that up, but like I could see it that way potentially. Where playing the console version, whoa, so there's like an extra tile here, which means I should be able to jump up there. I'm gonna do a daring jump here just to try it. Actually show you the exit door opening. Like I have an easier time kind of being more charitable towards the game because everything about it is different. Even if they hadn't done these changes to the moveset, it still wouldn't really feel like the original anyway. So there's a degree of novelty to it that I kind of, that makes me like it more than I do in the 360 version somehow. What's up, Father Escaper? Yeah, like the Mr. Fu, like he points out, like the combat, the timing being super different is catacombs. It's easier to see. I think you can do some weird, yeah. It is kind of cool that, like, just based on my vague memories of how the original game controlled. That's kind of weird that we can just see the next platform over here, even though that's supposed to. Yeah, okay, so that's something actually that it retains from the. Yeah, there's even a coin here. Come on. From the console version, where you can actually see into the next screen. You can see like one tile into the next screen. This is going to be a little weird. I didn't... Okay, sure. I ran a little farther than expected. But there's only 2 of them here. This screen is a lot easier. Yeah, you can like overshoot. Like the controls in a way are a lot less committal here. And I think that's definitely something you could attribute to the mobile, like, phone controls being probably less precise in general. Like, I bet the door here stays open a bit longer. You could not do that in the original for sure. That's interesting. It didn't look like I jumped too soon. Well, I guess we have checkpoints. The door's open. Still, I'm sure I have done running jumps with the... Wait, hang on. Oh, never mind. It wasn't the it wasn't the jump I thought it was. Oh, that's so weird. I guess I'm not jumping completely on the edge. Yeah, like, I don't like the parkourification of Prince of Persia because I think there's a specific sense of exhilaration. Well, I tried to jump very late there. That didn't quite work out. The checkpoint's before I got the potion, right? Because I have 5 health. Let me just check. Yeah. Or tedious to do this every time, though. Sorry, it's a little difficult to maintain cohesion in my ranting here while trying to play. From both an aesthetic point of view and from a kind of... Okay, the 5 key can kind of do a bit of whatever here. Okay, that's fine. Did he do a fucking Roblox oof? Tommy Tallarico's Roblox. Well, let's not dwell on that. I feel like there's a kind of emphasis. There we go. Put on the sense of danger and I wonder if the actual checkpoint in the original game was a checkpoint. Kind of didn't look like it. The feel of making jumps and grabbing ledges in the original game, I think is just undermined. That's a checkpoint here, okay. By the character being a little too sort of rubberyly nimble. I don't hate the immoral. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, that's a little funny. He just actually collapses. Like, I think Sands of Time is cool. I think these animations are well done. I think in isolation, doing these moves doesn't look or feel bad. But what I kind of dislike about it is that it has become like the default that this is what, like, I think the general perception is that old Prince of Persia was stiff and difficult. Okay, I thought that was supposed to make me enter. There we go. And then they solved that problem by creating this seamless parkour experience with every move seamlessly transitions into the other. And that was a unilateral improvement to the formula, and therefore that is what Prince of Persia should be. Right, more mobile phone game ad art. That's pretty cool. I don't mind it. I mean, I think it's kind of the 2007 version of schlocky pulp. I you know, honestly don't mind it. I think it adds flavor to this particular incarnation. Storage. This is cool. I mean, the actual physical progression of getting from one stage to the next here is maybe a little... It doesn't make the narrative make more sense. I'm a little curious where level 7 is going to end up here, but we'll find out. But trying to put a overarching sort of geographical context for the game, naming each level to give it more of a sense of place, that I think is awesome. And whenever I see things like this in a Prince of Persia game, it definitely makes me think of, you know, the fact that you can run and stop and start running again on the same loose tile is like wild to me. I always sort of end up putting it into the context of what would my idealized version of Prince of Persia look like. And now I kind of feel like, you know what? It probably should have the names of levels. That's cool. I like that. Checkpoint, nice. But yeah, so like, I think Sands of Time is a cool game, and I don't begrudge that game for having like parkour and flipping. Alright, see ya. Looking at points, I guess, but that's fine. But it's more about how it's sort of become default, and well, it's not even necessarily that like, oh, it's sad that that has become the default, but more so that it has become the default at the cost of the different feel of the original series that I really liked. We don't get that anymore. So it's more that's more what I'm upset about than the parkour itself. But having said that, I also do feel like Sands of Time, we don't have a version of Sands of Time with like original Prince of Persia movement, right? So there's no A-B comparison there. Oh, okay, that's not quite the jump I meant to make, but I'm sure we got a checkpoint somewhere. Opening the exit, I guess, so right there. Pretty funny. So like most deaths cost like 4 seconds. All right. Okay. So I guess he does. I think that is the Dark Prince from Two Thrones. He kind of scrolled off screen immediately, so I didn't get a good look. But we'll see him later. Yeah, he's got like evil fire tribal tattoos, which kind of makes sense in this context. I think the idea of wall running and big jumps and stuff in 2002 was novel. It was new and fresh and cool. It was appropriate in the context of sort of reinventing the wheel of what Prince of Persia was. And I think I understand why it's become a staple, because it is in isolation like a cool thing. And it's not really that I dislike it that much. It's just that it's mutually exclusive with the kind of jumping, and it's mostly mutually exclusive to the kind of jumping and leaping and ledge grabbing. Like the most exciting moments in the original Prince of Persia are things that would be indescribably mundane and trivial in the context of a Sands of Time sort of prince who can do all these acrobatics. I think acrobatics are cool, but I do think there's as was touched on by people in chat, like there is a degree to which where the sort of flashiness and showiness kind of precludes a sense of peril. You could, if you wanted to, perhaps draw a parallel between the lightsaber fights in the original Star Wars movies and the prequels. Like, the prequels had way more movement and flipping and spinning and like better action. But I don't think those fights are more exciting or interesting or compelling than those in the original films. It's not a one-to-one comparison, of course, because it's not, it's not the same thing. But those scenes represented more than just this spectacle of action. And I think the same is true here. I'm not necessarily thinking of it from a point of view of the narrative implications of a character being that physically capable. I think it's inherent to the narrative of the original game that the kid is kind of doing the impossible. He doesn't necessarily... I mean, the story frames him as an underdog. He's put in the dungeon. He has to get out. But he doesn't have to be like fucking Lester the Unlikely. He can be a buff acrobat. That's fine. But I think there's a flavor to the sense of adventure and peril that can be undermined by the style of spectacle and action being a little too frivolous. So that is a little bit of a part of it. I think that's part of maybe why I think the style of movement and the sense of weight and the implications of that feeling of fear and danger and peril that just doesn't translate to flipping and wall running. Like it's very difficult to achieve those feelings when the character is like sort of moving in a certain way. Butterfly over here. I guess I have to hit that switch for that door. I guess that makes sense. So it's a combination of factors. Like, it's both how it's one thing that I liked has been replaced by a thing I like less. You can go over here for once. I don't usually do that, but just to get to see the shadow a little bit better. And the jaw traps feel like they're... Well, so much for seeing him. Jaw traps feel really slow here. Wait, what's that? Scroll? A complete level map. Ow. Huh. Ouch. Oh, perfect combat score. Yeah, there's no counterattack here, but the entire combat mechanics are totally different here. And especially as like a mobile game, they're cool in their own right. So funny, just the visual framing of everything makes it harder to recognize, like, visually each screen. I guess maybe there's sort of counterattack, but it doesn't look or quite work the same. Oh! Funny when it says game over, which is a thing that the original game never... Like, that message doesn't exist. But, you get back to where you were way faster than any other version. You just continue from right where you were. Oh, this... Oh, man, you can even... It's got fucking Tekken blocking. Like, I can be backdashing to dodge something, and it's like, oh yeah, it's back to block. So even if I fucked up by trying to walk backwards instead of actually defending, it's like an option select, and I still block. That's pretty funny. Some of the attacks they do feel like weirdly fast, and yeah, like the stab is much faster than the overhead swing. I guess maybe it seemed faster because it's actually like a counterattack. Yeah, that's it. Because when he stabs from neutral, it's still slow. I guess my attack is also faster coming off a block. Like a little unintuitive, but you can see why it would do that. Sort of simulating the riposte. Like, the animation is a little jerky and strange, but it does seem like you can hold up to, like, continue to block. I like the hit effect, which is like... It's a little hard to tell if it's a big blood splash or if it's sort of a more stylized spark or a more kind of abstract spark effect. But I don't like. I like that ambiguity. It's cool. I think it's well done. It looks a lot like one of the blood effects in Samurai Showdown, actually. An effect I would not mind mimicking if I were to make my own version or imagine my own version. I'm not sure if I fully like completed my train of thought, but just to try to put a bow on it. But like, I am liking this version a lot, and I think the differences are fun. They're much easier to appreciate in a context where strict adherence to the original wouldn't have made for something... It would never have made for something that's fully authentic. But it plays really well for what it is, and I like... This is not a version of Prince of Persia that I would like hold forth and recommend as like an ideal or a great version as such. But as an alternate experience, it's very novel and interesting because it's so different from everything else. And I think some of that, of course, is going to be present in the console version too, which I think is going to help me see it in a bit more of a positive light in the context of the full, exploration of all these different versions. It sort of brings more to the table than just the different graphics and differences to the moveset, which I think is cool. But to sort of wrap up what I was saying about the moveset and everything, I think some of the stuff you can do, it's very arbitrary. I'll admit that, but in some ways, the flippy parkour stuff undermines the feeling of peril and the sensation of the platforming. But in some ways, some of the moves are undeniably very convenient, and they can be kind of fun and cool in their own right. And I think maybe I would appreciate it more if this was an original game that was maybe even built a little bit more around these abilities. Obviously, these abilities are put into this game, so they're kind of, they don't really give you a completely different moveset, but they change certain conditions. In fact, the way I got to the exit, as it's saying here, jump onto walls to climb faster. Our entrance. Like I can't, even there, yes, I sort of did a running jump, but if you have a wall, like here, that move right there is not something you can originally do, and it doesn't help me get to a new area, but you can do that even if there's like a gap. This is kind of weird because you're not like, there's going to be spikes over there, yeah. When you can't see the full screen, it gets kind of weird. Oh, that animation on the guard's pretty sick. What the fuck? Like this, I can't switch places. It's just the spike animation. Yeah, that's a little weird. I can't really demonstrate it here, but there are moves you can do. I don't know if I can do it. Yeah. If you jump into a wall like that, I could have climbed up. So there are obstacles that you could create for this moveset that would be impossible to overcome in the original game, but would work here. No pushback. Yeah, you can just hold block forever, it seems like. And that's like kind of interesting. Oh, yeah, I got a bonus portable potion. The gate... Wait! That was the gatekeeper? What the heck? I thought I was supposed to fight a guy before the minister, but I guess that was the minister. See, there, like, there was a gap there, and I could still reach that ledge. The layout there is quite different from the original screen, but even so, like, that jump would not have been possible to make. I don't know, some of the things about the graphics, the Dark Prince cannot be defeated by order. It's so funny, like, all these hints are, you can find them in the menu, but you can't really avoid them in the game anyway. This is funny too, by the way. Wine cellar. All the way over there, but at least it's lower down. There's no button to grab ledges, so I'll just grab that, and I can't not grab it. See, like there, that backflip is quite convenient, and it's like kind of fun to do. And some of the ways you can sort of climb up ledges, but I guess it's like, it would be interesting to experiment a little bit with which of these things I would... Because I can't necessarily pinpoint, like, oh, this move is a good addition, this move is a bad addition. It's more about the totality of all of it, as well as the kind of aesthetic flavor. In a few instances, it's also a matter of certain things maybe being a little trivialized because it's actually making certain things easier. Because that's the other thing. Having some of these moves literally makes traversal faster because it gives you more options that you wouldn't have had originally. And those options... Yeah, there's no timing to the blocking. Like, expecting a counterattack, but instead getting hit by a sort of delayed normal attack makes no difference because I can just hold up to block anyway. So everywhere that there's like a timed thing, of getting through, you know, hitting a switch and then getting to a door. I'm curious how this... I should be able to grab that, yeah. Like, you could create tighter routes. That's interesting. There's a loose tile there. Ooh, that was... Yeah, those, like, edge jumps are kind of tricky here, actually. Interestingly, like, the controls are so much more forgiving. But you aren't, like, really bound... Oh, shit, it gives you... Well, no, never mind. That's in the original, too. It's so forgiving and lenient in some ways. But some of the ways in which it's more demanding kind of stand out. It's up way out west. Yeah, this, like... I mean, the CG sprites and everything, that may be a bit of an acquired taste. But it plays super well. Like, it's really, really good. Like, I would legitimately rather play this on a numpad phone much rather than most games I've played on my Android phones, you know? No, I don't stop there. Yes, things like that, the way you can stop and start, like, it's just so... oh yeah, you don't want to step... I didn't... It's so funny. I didn't recognize what screen I was on, because everything is, like, so different. It is kind of cool that we're in the wine cellar, so there's, like, barrels everywhere. Featherfall. It's kind of lame. No visual effect or unique music or sound. Yeah, like, we've been talking about it, the whole thing, like, how I'm not a fan of the whole parkour thing. But it's not because it's poorly done. It's very well done, and I like it better in the context of this game than in the console version. Warehouse, which isn't necessarily something I was expecting. But yeah, this is a very fun version. And I like that it's, like, as I've been saying the whole time, and what was kind of, in a way, the impetus for doing this, is that there's a lot of versions of Prince of Persia, and there isn't a definitive version. All good versions of the game, more or less, bring something unique to the table. And I think this... Okay. As far as taking a death on level 8, that was an early one. That's good. We have 35 minutes here. That's pretty good. Not even talking about quality. Even purely in terms of quantity, this is bringing a lot more uniqueness to the table than most games on the list. And I think there's definitely a novelty factor to a lot of this that just isn't gonna be present in a, you know, sort of generic 3D graphic console incarnation of most of the same game. Even if in a lot of ways that game is, oh, come on, more authentic to the original. But again, I think in a way that's to this game's benefit, because slice. Oh, okay. So that's the assignment to knock a dude into spikes. Gotcha. Like, this was never going to be that in the first place, so there's almost a positive to it being different instead. Like, it gives it its own identity in a way. But yeah, like, the controls take a little getting used to, because again, you can't, like, when you do a running jump, you have to let go of the directional, like, you have to let go of running before you press the jump button. What does it even look like? Like, it's not objective. I guess it'll tell me that I can climb up there where there's a potion. I was like trying to think, like, it doesn't, there's no things on the map, so it doesn't really give you that much more information. I don't know. But this game sort of establishes its own set of rules for how you control it. And provided you get the hang of those rules, it's very responsive and consistent. And there's a lot of leeway in, like, positioning and, to a degree, timing. I mean, the combat's like the most obvious example of that. It's so funny, there's a checkpoint right before. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's just a bottomless pit. Interesting. That doesn't ever happen in the original. Yeah, those, like, perfect running jumps are definitely a little bit sketchy in this version. There's a potion up here. And yeah, I think those, like, affordances of man, he pulls the sword instantly in this version. That's a pretty big difference from the awkwardness of the Game Boy version, to say the least. Let's see how this works. Can I just run? Nope. That's different. Does the checkpoint save my coin count? Yeah. Yeah, the running jumps are a little tricky for sure. But yeah, sort of, you know, looked at as its own thing. This works really great. You know, I was sort of speculating, we were talking at before we started playing, like, how the controls work. Like, can you translate the original Prince of Persia, not necessarily controls, but even the level designs and the challenges that are designed for that original game and its control scheme, like, how well does that translate? I haven't had a good sense. I haven't gotten a good sense of the spacing and timing for sort of stopping, but I still have more than half an hour, so we should be pretty good. What was I saying? Try this again. Oh, I couldn't squeeze through. That's interesting. think I can even make it now. Let's do that. That sort of saves me going through a checkpoint anyway. Well, I would have to fight the guy upstairs anyway. Man, it is disorienting for sure when you can't see the full screens. This game definitely works better. It's less of a problem here than it was in the NES port. And I can see the coins being something they did to help with that. Because you can have a layout where it's immediately clear where you can go when you see the whole screen at once. But when you can't, like that jump right there, you can't really see that that's a jump you can make. But put some coins there, and you can trust that, oh, okay, I can just jump there. So it's a pretty clever thing that would annoy me in the console version, but here I can feel it. I can understand the need for it. So even though the controls are obviously and understandably, I wouldn't even say simplified, but they're streamlined a little bit. It is remarkable, I think, to what degree... Oh my god, I still couldn't get through. Holy shit. The degree to which it successfully replicates the kind of overall experience, but also just, you know, the fact that the original level designs work as well as they do with as sort of few concessions as they have made, I think it's a testament to what a good job they did with how well it controls. Okay, so the fact that I made that jump means that I jumped too early. Well, whatever. We got here finally. Wait, I'm fighting this guy on this side. Shouldn't he be on the other side of... Well, whatever. So yeah, like, I think I have to say, I mean, I'm not that experienced with Java phone games, but of the ones I have played, this is probably the one that feel the most like a real video game. What's up, Goaty _ 76 months of Prime Skull Club membership. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. So yeah, this is pretty sick. Damn, it landed on the spike, so I couldn't even... It's kind of funny, like, you can play this in a very relaxed way, because the checkpoints and everything. Oh, okay. I pressed the 5 key with the expectation that it would draw the sword, but that's not quite what happened. Oh, it still worked. I think I can just do this. No. I guess I could imagine... Again, the distance of running and stopping... It's not something I have a good sense of. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. The leniency with the checkpoint and my ability to sort of play, you know, fairly lazily. If I were to play the classic mode or survival, like, I think there's a lot of, you know, the sort of seams of what the game can and cannot handle. Like, as long as it is this forgiving, I can kind of take things with a shrug, and it doesn't really matter. But when failure has more of a consequence, you know, the problems become more apparent. Little cutscene. Yeah, I was curious how they would do this because the visual framing of everything is so different here. There's the mouse. Thanks, little fella. Oh. Oh. Okay, that's a move. I guess I was somehow crouching because I just held right and he just did a roll off the edge. Okay, sure, we take those. And 38, yeah, this is pretty. Yeah, no point bonus. Yeah, I was kind of wondering if I could backstab the guy, but I guess because I wasn't in combat, the 5 key just made me jump forward instead. But yeah, like, because the game isn't putting a lot of firm demands on me as a player, I can fuck up a lot, and even if it's quote unquote the game's fault, like because I'm Alice Reservoir, like I don't need to perform any better, so like it's fine. Whereas if I played the survivor mode or whatever, I could see myself being a lot more frustrated. When something goes wrong in an unexpected way. Like right now, there's kind of the combination of, well, you know, it's a phone game, controls are a little funky, and it doesn't really matter if I take a death because there's checkpoints, so it doesn't frustrate me. And the novelty of the entire experience, especially knowing that there are other modes and stuff, makes me like the butterfly and the hints and the checkpoints. Even though I think it undermines a lot of what makes the game great, currently, at least for now, there's enough novelty to that being there and being that way that it's like, oh, you know, that's kind of neat. That's fun to experience. But I don't know. Oops, okay. Oh, it's gonna be of limited help. Under other circumstances, I could see myself getting quite frustrated with this. That's kind of unusual. He literally just backed off the edge himself. You would never see that in the original. But for me, it's more of a debate over... Right, okay. So this, of course, also handles just a little bit differently. Is this a genuine, super fun and cool version of this game that I'm enjoying? That's interesting that made that thing fall. Huh. Or is it, quote-unquote, just awesome for a phone game? And I'm not sure kind of on what side of that divide I land. I'm kind of certainly leaning more in the direction of it's just cool. Especially given that there are all these kind of different modes and things to do and different ways to play it. But I guess I'm mostly saying that to illustrate that I am potentially... Okay, that was a little funny. More charitable to the game than I might have been otherwise. The way, like, it's very lenient with some of those grabs and stuff. Wall grab. Yeah, you can have the room, those loose tiles that entire situation, there was nothing there that was weird or wrong. The only thing is the jumping itself. The scenario is unlikely to play out that way through a single jump. It did happen exactly that way in some other version we played, maybe the Master System one. There were, like the Super Nintendo one, we were kind of stuck on that screen for a bit because it was a very big, generous autocorrect. That's kind of cool. Because there were some slight differences in that room. Oh, I can even backflip up there. Okay, can I? There we go. So this should still jump, right? Yeah. Interestingly, I didn't get the achievement for the upside down achievement or homework assignment. It wasn't for going upside down, it's for double upside down. I can't get up here right now. But I figured I might as well do that for the assignment. We have time anyway. So, like, ever so slightly disorienting when you can't see the entire, like, you see just this, like, vertical slice of the screen. But I'm impressed with how well it works anyway. I don't know what I was expecting, but I wasn't quite expecting it to be presented this way. But I'm kind of astonished with how well it actually works. And like some of the way the controls of running and stopping and jumping is a little more kind of direct one-to-one, less sort of preloading animations. I think with the controls, like inherently, with the, you know, the numpad on a phone being a little less direct, it's offset by that in a way that kind of matches up, or it kind of works well together. Whereas when you play it on the NES or the Master System, or the timing is just weirdly off and you press a button and the jump comes out too soon, it doesn't feel right. But here it does. It doesn't feel the same as the original, but it's a compensation for something that it feels kind of equivalent, I guess. 10 gardening. Back to the palace tile set. Interestingly, even though I wouldn't say that I'm like a big fan of the graphics, like it's fine. There are aspects of it that I like, and like given what they sort of had to work with, I think they did an awesome job. But you know, it's not my ideal. You know, if we had gotten some proper quality Gameloft pixel art, this would have looked like 10 times sicker. And I always get confused about... Well, I guess we have the butterfly here to help. Because I always get confused here. Checkpoint. I guess it's worth it to pick up the map there because you get a checkpoint. But I still find the graphics are somehow more appealing to me than the console version. This is like the butterfly. Whoa! I didn't realize I could grab that there. I'll drop the tiles on this guy. Is he going to be fully unscathed in this version too? I heard a groan. He took damage from it. That's cool. That doesn't happen in any other version. Well, I don't think it does, but I guess you don't really see the life bar. I don't think anything happens in the other versions. Score is such an interesting addition to this game too. Here you actually can fuck up and miss the window to get through here. I remember on the Xbox version being like not very fond of the visuals. Like, I think the dungeons aren't very atmospheric. There's some aspect to the animation that feels very, you know, similar to what we were talking about with the parkour flips and everything. There's a sort of levity and robberiness that kind of undermines the sense of like peril. I guess I can like swing over that guy. I can just leave. That's kind of cool. That's interesting. You can't do that in other versions. Always nice when enemies are subject to environment hazards the same way you are. It's certainly deeply unsatisfying in any games when they are not. But yeah, I don't know if it's just my frame of reference being different when I see these graphics kind of adapted into this format. Like I said, I don't love the way this looks. I wouldn't put this like super high on the tier list of Prince of Persia graphical adaptations. It's not, again, it doesn't elicit an emotional reaction the same way the Mega Drive version does, for example, or the Atari ST one. But there's a specific kind of blandness to oh, that's right. I can't picture what the screen looks like when I can't see all of it. So I was like, where am I going? I have to go to the left to... Well, I don't have to, but I want to go to the left. To get the health extension. Oh, the map's down there. I guess I'll get it on... You have so much time on those. I'll get it on my second lap. No, that's... I wanted to auto turn around. I was standing on a loose tile, but it didn't, like, loosen until I... Weird. Starting to be slightly short on time here. Yeah, so I pressed up, and you can turn around, but you can also jump over that gap. Like a bit of a problem, because you need to do this. I've definitely gotten more health extensions than I normally would. What the fuck? Parkour got us killed again. Kind of missed input. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to do the ledge turnaround grab, but I fucked it up. Yeah, like... I got hit by the spikes, and then I got the falling tile on my face. Yeah, some of the sort of combinations of moves you can do are definitely kind of cool. But stuff like that, I was like almost a full tile away, and it still let me... It still dropped that tile. It sort of... Yeah, we get what you're trying to do. You don't have to be that precise about it. It's like weirdly generous. And, That's interesting. I can drop over there and I still do that like turn around, and fade away ledge grab. What the? Oh, okay. I still landed. All right. Holy shit! That you can't make those grabs in the original game, so it kind of fucked up that jump. But somehow I could survive, and we take those. We take those. I've consistently been able to play through in a single sitting. Basically, yes, for every version that actually controls correctly. when you know the levels, this game is not very difficult to complete within an hour. So, okay. Yeah, this game lets you sort of unfuck your mistakes in a very generous way. Which again, the whole phone controls everything feels like less of a compromise than it would otherwise. But sometimes it does definitely make you overcorrect in ways you don't intend. You'll see, Godi, when we finish this pretty shortly. On the game list, I have a little graphic to indicate whether we finished the game in a single run or not. And generally speaking, it's interesting that that works out that way. Climb up, please. I didn't even take damage from that. Interesting. Generally speaking, that's kind of an indicator of a port's quality. The Super Nintendo game being an obvious exception because it's an excellent game, but it's a different game. So I didn't finish it in one run, largely on account of me being much less familiar with those levels, and also it just being significantly more difficult. When you get 25 coins, you'll see it right now, you get a portable potion. If I can just get that coin, please. How do I... No? Can I... Oh, there we go. You see at the bottom of the screen. I don't know where my pound button is, so I don't actually know how to use it. But that's fine. I'm super fascinated by the idea of score. Because the original game, of course, has the leaderboard for time. Oh, we haven't seen that graphic in a while. That was like on the intro text. High tower. Yeah, back to the dungeon tile set inexplicably. The original game has the time leaderboard. Okay, I guess I go up another floor. Yeah, I can't look. I don't recognize the screens. Weird. But making it like more granular, you know, that's cool. Fuck, this is actually going to be a little tricky. Look at these specific, like running ledge jumps. Coins are just there for collecting extra coins. They're weirdly precise. Like I guess it's a little bit like the Mega Drive version where it doesn't lock you to the grid when jumping. Oh, there's a map down there. I mean, not that I need it, of course, but... See, like, that's what happens. Okay? You can't save yourself that way in the original, but we take those. Actually, I'm fucked, so... Well, I got some coins. Hello, MTI. It is funny, like a little bit ironic how the controls are very streamlined and simplified, and the game is made a lot more forgiving with like everything except those jumps. And this level is kind of all about those jumps. But there's going to be checkpoints, I guess, so... Oh. I just had to do like 3 of those jumps. And luckily I nailed it. Things like that. Like, I wasn't even close to the edge, but the game will back me up and put me in the right position. It's a very generous overcorrection that the game will do for me. That, especially in the context of how this controls otherwise, I really don't mind. He's just standing there. That's a bit different for sure. So you need to open that gate to get the extra space required. To get a running jump, that was too soon. I could still grab that. That's fascinating. Whoa. Well, that's fine. I had a checkpoint and I was expecting to die and do that over anyway. I mean, I've been fucking around quite a bit, obviously, and with the generosity of the checkpoints, I've been... Oh, too early. Somewhat deliberately experimental, but not really. Like, this level is a perfect example of a level like this jump, like the jumps, the two running jumps that I've been taking a bunch of deaths on would not have given me trouble. I mean, that would have killed me. There are things here that are giving me trouble in a way that would not happen in the original. It's interesting that I don't actually need this much run up here in this version, but I'll take it. Yeah, that looked a little goofy. Yeah. This is interesting. So in the original game, there is kind of a weird break here where you complete level 12 and then you start level 12. But of course, there's no stage complete screen. So it's more that you enter a screen transition and all of a sudden the game tells you level 12 again. And it's like, huh, kind of weird. And then that's a checkpoint. But I wonder if this game... Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out. What's up, Fishy Ash? Yes, we're playing the J2ME Prince of Persia Classic, and it's really good. Is gonna call this level 13? Yeah, Jafar's Quarters. Oh, okay, so it transitions into the palace tile set here. Wait, what's this screen? Oh, right, okay. Yeah, this is the falling tiles. Okay, I get it. Again, lacking the context of seeing the entire screen on screen makes orientation a little weird. So is this the Royal Guard or Jafar? I guess we'll find out. I guess it's Jafar. I'm playing using my numpad on the keyboard. Trying to roll. So this part is basically RNG. Even if you can see the tiles falling or like dropping from the floor. Right, block. There we go. Okay. Oh shit. Oh right. Okay. I think I remember this from the console game. Okay. I really like this. I appreciate playing up Jafar's wizarding prowess and turning the boss, like, it's interesting. It's such a completely different approach from the PC98 version. Did the door open? Nope. Maybe there's a switch behind that guy that I need to press. It's a different approach to upping the spectacle of the very lackluster final boss showdown in the original game. Yeah, there we go. But I appreciate the effort. It's quite cool. So is this level 14? I guess so. We're definitely running close on time. Yeah, level 14, Princess's Room. That's cool. Like, so in the original game, the fight that we just did is the final boss with Jafar, but he is basically indistinguishable from any other guard. I guess he looks very slightly different, but you fight him and he just dies, and him dying opens up the door. You go through the door and you run through 2 screens to the Princess's Room. You win. The end. The Arsis software developed PC98 version, which was sort of also inherited by a few other ports. They replace Jafar with a new character who I just gave the name the Royal Guard. He's got this more elaborate sort of decorated uniform. He looks really cool, but he's got this cape and everything. But it's not Jafar. We've seen what he looks like, and he's, you know, in the intro, and that's not him. So you fight him to just be allowed to leave. And then as you're running through the hallway to the Princess's Room, as we will see here, I assume, Jafar sort of intercepts you, and that's where you fight him. A little musical sting. But the idea of you actually fighting Jafar where he is in the original game, but he just uses magic and pieces out. It's kind of cool. I like, it's a different take on the same idea, and I think they both solve the problem of the original game, which is that the final battle with Jafar is super underwhelming. I think this game absolutely solved the issue of the original fight being underwhelming. I don't think it did a great job with delivering a new final boss fight that's less underwhelming. I love that the final level actually had more unique background graphics with you see the city in the background. Like, that shit's sick. But the actual final boss fight was, you know, not that exciting. Jafar's graphics, like the design and his lanky body, like, he looks really fucking goofy too. Compare that to the fucking Dark Overlord in the PC98 version, who's like sick as fuck. I mean, the Mega CD one is the ultimate one, where you get the full voiceover and the dramatic cutscenes. The Mega CD version easily has, you know, the most dramatic defeat of Jafar. That kind of goes without saying, just with the cinematic cutscene. But the fight itself is the most bombastic in the Super Nintendo one, without a doubt. Survival mode unlocked. 1 life, 1 chance. Do we get an actual ending? We get the unlocks first. Congratulations, you have successfully completed Prince of Persia Classic. Okay, now we get the ending. Oh, that's right, that's what the prince... Whoa! more parkour swinging around here. Little mouse shows up. Iron Jafar lies dead, his power shattered. Throughout the land, the people of Persia hail their princess and the brave youth who saved her from the forces of darkness. No longer a stranger he shall be. He shall from this day forth be known as the Prince of Persia. The end. Whew, we did it. I'm glad we finally get to add a trophy to the list after a dire row of skulls. I guess that's time. We did already see the credits, so I'm gonna skip this. Did you like this game? Check out other Gameloft games. You know what? I just might. Oh shit! Shrek back in the game. CSI Miami, come a CSI and uncover the truth. Real football. We got polygons and everything. All right. Okay. I just wanted to leave. 100% completion. Continue. Select level. So can I pick... Yeah, I cannot pick other levels. So interesting. Shows me the life potions. So there is one on level 5. And level 10. Yeah, because I never, like, I always skip some deliberately anyway, so I honestly never really charted where all of them are. I grabbed all of the ones I know, I guess, on this, even including on one on level 1 that I didn't know. Which is interesting. I just like fucked around following the coins. It took a totally different route, went up top, and it's like, oh, I guess there was a health extension there. Immediately making me second guess, like, is that is that a thing? But I don't think they changed the potions in this version, so probably. I'm like half tempted to scope around this stuff for these, like the ones where I haven't found it, because I don't have the achievement on the Xbox version for finding every potion. Yeah, see? I think well, on the Xbox I have got the Survivor achievement. So the Elixirs of Life is the only one I haven't gotten. But getting all in a single run is not super easy, because obviously you have to take a little bit of a detour. It's easy to finish the game in an hour if you don't fuck around and if you don't take a bunch of detours. But if you intend to grab every life extension, that margin, like, it eats into that time margin quite a bit. So that's a bit of a challenge. But it's a, you know, not a bad idea for a challenge if I'm at the point where just finishing the game. I still love this game. I have a lot of fun just playing through it. It's not boring to me because it's too easy. But learning the route for every potion and like doing that as a challenge, I don't hate the idea of that. But yeah, that's POP Classic on the old Java phone. So here's the list, and you can see here the games are in rough chronological order, and to the left of each game, well, not game title, but platform, a trophy indicates that we finished the run, and a skull indicates that we did not. And of course, for J2ME, we did. Finally, another trophy. And we also have the highly technical, patented, emoji-based scientific assessment system. So now to figure out how do I feel about the Java phone version? I definitely like it. It's a positive vibe all around. But there's a lot of nuance, right? I think well, I want to make sure that I've properly, adequately, sufficiently convey the feeling of novelty and delight with this version. Because it's not, you know, it's not a matter of it being better or worse than other versions, really. It's more about, in isolation, how does this make me feel? And I think yeah, I think this is fair. I think smiling face with smiling eyes emoji sums up pretty well how I feel about this game. I really, really liked it. Yeah, no, Skull and Trophy is the result for each play. The emoji is the review. So there is a high correlation between finishing the game and liking it, for the very simple explanation, the simple reason that if the game controls well, then I can beat it because I know the game. And if it controls like shit, or if it's a buggy mess, or combat doesn't work because half the moves are missing, then I'm going to struggle. And those things, not so coincidentally, also tends to make it not so good. And again, the Super Famicom version is just a different game that I don't know nearly as well. And it's significantly more difficult. In case you are not aware, the Super Famicom game has 20 levels instead of 12, but there is an equivalent of most, but not all, of the original game's levels, I think. Well, pretty much except maybe the last 10, 11, 12, I'm less sure. But up until that point, there is an equivalent of basically every level, but the equivalent to level 9 is like hardly recognizable at all. I think the equivalent of level 7 is also... Actually, I think level 7 doesn't really have an equivalent at all, but the gravity potion is... Like, the gravity potion set piece has been replicated, but in a totally different level. So basically, some levels aren't in it at all, but others are more represented, but in versions that are different. Like, level 1 and level 3 are replicated almost in their entirety, but there's like a section where in the original game you just leave the screen and then that's it, but in the Super Nintendo one you have to make a detour through like 6 other screens, and every single change is made to make a level longer. There are no stages in that game that are truncated or made simpler, so it has more levels, and on average the length of the level is longer. I guess level 6 might be also kind of there, very similar, because I think the Minister boss fight is kind of isolated into its own thing. There's also a second boss fight later that's, I think it's level 17, that's just a boss fight, which, you know, so that's level is like 5 screens long, but those aside, the levels are longer. The levels are also more difficult, and like it's more... Combat is maybe the only thing that isn't across the board more difficult in the Super Nintendo version, but like every part of it is more difficult. The game does give you 2 hours instead of 1. It would be impossible in 1 hour, basically. Not literally, but it would be unreasonable. And the thing is, the extended length of the game itself makes it more difficult. In the original game, if we were to imagine the original game having an extra 8 levels and it being a 2-hour game, even if the level of challenge in each individual level wasn't higher, it would still become a more challenging game, because you would need to keep more stuff like in your memory, or you would just need to maintain focus for 2 hours instead of 1 hour. So it becomes like your ability to slip up and make mistakes increases over time. So there's like many factors that combine to make the Super Famicom game considerably more difficult. It is an awesome game in its own right, though, and I would strongly recommend it to anyone, but I wouldn't recommend it as anyone's introduction to Prince of Persia. I think it's a game... I think you can appreciate the game much more if you are familiar with the original game first. Anyway, I digress. J2ME, Prince of Persia Classic, awesome game. I really like this. We're going to look at the Xbox Live Arcade version next, but before we do, I have been live for just about 3 hours. I think the hopes of squeezing in the Commodore 64 version in this stream are slim to none, but that's okay. I wasn't necessarily expecting that anyway. We're going to take a break, and when I return, more Prince of Persia. See you guys in a little bit. All right, I'm back. So let's get ready for game number 21, which is the other Prince of Persia classic. Oh yeah, I meant to bring this up. When during the Jafar battle, when he pieced out and brought in another enemy, I was like, oh yeah, isn't this like a boss rush kind of a thing? And it reminded me that this guy wasn't in the mobile game. So I think this is the Minister. And I think you fight him again in that Jafar fight in this version. I mean, I guess we'll find out. So that's one thing that's just kind of missing in the mobile version. But otherwise, I'm super impressed with how fully featured it is. Like, as I mentioned before, the way the controls were done, how it sort of makes the original level design still work really well. And it has all these different modes and everything. Like, it feels... I've played a lot of phone games that are like an hour-long distraction, but that version of Prince of Persia... Okay, yeah, it took us about an hour to beat, but that's because I know the game very well. It would be a bit of a challenge otherwise, and even if I beat it, like, there's high scores, there's stuff to collect, there's alternate modes, like... there's a lot of stuff to do in it, which is pretty impressive. But even the game itself, as far as it looks and handles and everything, really not bad at all. And this is game number 21 on the old Xbox Live Arcade. Also 2007, also Gameloft. Let's see here. I can get this screen. Should be the capture. Hey, there we go. Nice. And let's get it also on your screen. And, okay, well, whatever. Buy it now! Great description of the game. Oh yeah, this is the game audio balance is going to be a bit messed up. I'm going to have to turn this down, which might screw with a few things, but yeah, it should be all right. Let me know if audio levels need adjustment. So it is interesting, of course, like context means everything, right? So the phone game is like really impressive and cool, whereas this, I mean, it's an Xbox Live Arcade game and it's an early one at that, so it would have been subject to very strict limitations and everything. But there's also still things in the presentation of how this is all set up with like this main menu and stuff that just feels very cheap, like low rent. Whereas like the phone game feels super elaborate for a Java phone game, like really polished, high production values, even with the like the CG graphics. Which would, you know, there's countless GBA games that have like a super cheap look and feel because of the CG stuff. But even that didn't keep the phone game from feeling really impressive for what it is. Whereas like everything about this feels really sort of cheap. And it's just funny how that like colors your perception of it. Actually, let's backwards noise. So I guess it makes sense. Yeah, these are like probably in Canada. There's like French names. Because the phone game is all Chinese. But it had a section of credits for, I forget if it said like original game or whatever, but I'm almost certain it was these credits. Like that would make sense. And I mean, it makes sense too because like that this would be quote unquote the lead platform or whatever. Because Gameloft, a lot of other like Chinese Gameloft phone games have way more of a distinctive, cool, impressive visual presentation. So I feel like they weren't really allowed to flex and kind of spread their wings. It was sort of, they just had to adapt this. I think they did a great job with it. It's cool. You'll see too as we get into this game, the kind of parody that they were able to achieve aesthetically. But obviously, again, this sort of 2D composite of these like 3D renders isn't the most visually arresting look. So I do think, as this indicates, that we have to use the analog stick for movement, which is mega fucked. But we'll make do. Yeah, 800 points was like the equivalent of $10. Which means that this was a higher priced game. Which makes sense, because you would have the, you know, like Pac-Man would be a 400 point game. So this, which, you know, is more elaborate, it's a newly developed thing, being like $10. So A is jump, X is action. You can also grab with bumpers, I guess. Oh yeah, I forgot this. This is kind of a cool feature, which wasn't in the phone game. You can race against the ghost of your best. It's the best score, which is cool. It's not necessarily the best time. I think I will turn this off because obviously I'm not going into this blind, but I feel like it's a little bit distracting for what we're kind of doing to have the ghost thing. I won't mind showing it off after we finish the game, but I think I'll turn it off. This version, interestingly, does not have an option for disabling the butterfly, I guess, unless that's what hints are. Now that I think of it... Oh yeah, so the phone game had an option for tutorial on or off, and that must have been the thing in the first couple of levels where it showed us, like, 7 key pointing at, like, the trap. But it still had all the hints during load screens between levels. I'm a little curious what hints will mean here, so I guess we'll leave it on to find out. But yeah, the butterfly cannot be disabled, and there are no coins in this version. No sound options. This is interesting. So how to play doesn't actually show you how to control the game or how to play at all. It just gives you a summary of the premise of the game. It's so weird, like single player. This must have been like a Microsoft, or maybe, I mean, some platform holder TRC thing where you have to specify that it's single player, because it's such a asinine framing in a game that doesn't have any kind of multiplayer. Like, why does it say single player and not like play game? So yeah, the phone game had normal classic time attack and survival, but the whole coin mechanic is not in this game, so there's no mobile phone version. It's just normal, which is the equivalent of classic. Yeah, time attack and survival, which is cool. I think that's awesome. Continue game. I guess there's no new game, so I guess we have to pick replay level. Okay, what happens if I pick continue game? I think I just want to, yeah, okay. We just start at the ending because I finished the game before. This is so messed up. There's no, just let me, like, so we have to pick replay level and start level 1. And we still haven't seen any kind of intro. We have, like, for a game that's very explicitly designed to be played multiple times and be played in one session, I mean, the original game, obviously, it's very weird that this version goes out of its way to not present that as an option. All right, let's choose level 1 then. Do you want to enable a ghost? No, I already disabled the ghost. The butterfly may help you find the way out. Oh, look at that fancy camera move. Yep, D-pad does nothing. So this is the action button. I guess the grunts are kind of this. Yeah, you can see how much we see of the previous screen. Okay, I do remember this being weird. The move where you swing around the ledge, it's actually like much easier to do in the phone version. I haven't played this in quite some time. so it is interesting. Hang on. Well, I guess we can grab the sword first. But now I want to find the hidden potion here, which I don't know if I've ever grabbed. Well, the 360 D-pad's pretty bad, but I'm playing on a Series S controller. And, it's definitely not worse than the analog stick for 2D games. I have to, like, really... I do like that it's got a different animation for walking through the spikes. Wind noise. Yeah, so I haven't played this in quite some time. And, playing the phone one... I beg your pardon? We're playing the Game Boy version? What's up? Alright, just mash. I was kind of like... Man, the mobile one is pretty sick. Like, I remember having kind of more negative feelings towards this version. And I was kind of like, man, did I just... Maybe POP Classic was sicker than I remember. But now that I've played through one version of this... Nope, score, by the way. Not on screen anyway. But yeah, the records showed some kind of score number, so I guess there is score, we're just not told what it is. It's coming back to me now, and I can see why I don't like this... Or like, the only thing I could think of when I play the phone game was that, like, there were two things, I guess. One was the graphics, that, like, the whole 2D presentation, the novelty of it being a phone game, everything, blah, blah, blah. Like, the implications of the art direction and the style aren't quite the same as they are in 3D. So even though I never liked the look of the console version, those feelings don't really translate to the sort of adapted graphics of the phone version, even though those are also kind of in their own way. And the other thing was that, like, the changes made to the controls and the moveset more specifically, I felt that, like, well, with the mobile phone version just feeling differently anyway, and the fact that the sort of lack of precision with control inputs on a phone, the moveset sort of overcorrecting by being generous in certain ways, it makes more sense, and it was never going to feel like the original, so the discrepancy introduced by these changes isn't as tangible as it is sort of in a version that plays more like the original anyway. But coming to this now, I'm realizing that I was pretty off the mark, because I had forgotten a lot of the specifics of why I don't really like this. And there's two immediate things. The 3D camera, I really don't like. Not only does it, like, show too much of the neighboring screens, but in order to make it sort of more dynamic, the camera does move around. And because of the way it moves around, it shifts based on your position on screen. The very top of the screen, specifically, gets sort of cut off. Oh, okay, now we get the score. I see. Yeah, this, like... in the phone version, I didn't mind these screens so much, but here, like, man, they just completely destroy the rhythm and flow of the game, especially with this little jingle button press prompt. Like, the cinematic framing of, like, exiting through the door and then seeing the little cutscene of the princess, like, it's so undercut, like, comically undercut by all these extra intermission screens. So you can kind of see how the the camera pans a little bit. As I go, you can see, if you look at the ceiling, right? You can see the bottom of the tiles above me. But if I'm not standing on the top row, if I'm on the center row, they're more or less, they're pretty much off screen. And if I'm on the bottom third, they are literally off screen. Let me just double check something. I just realized, just to make sure. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't like cropping or doing something weird with the capture. And I think the quote-unquote benefit of having a more lively, dynamic camera is not really adding anything, whereas the difficulty of, like, the decrease in clarity is a very obvious detriment. I do think the guards look kind of cool here. So even though the phone version had the obvious drawback of the limited visibility. Okay, right. So I became accustomed to automatic ledge grabbing in the phone version. That was my bad. And yeah, combat is another thing. I literally am just mashing attack, and no one has been able to do anything about that. Sound is kind of weird. There's like some ambience that just sort of disappeared. But you can... Okay, I guess you press the B button. The like swing around and drop move, like weirdly difficult to do here. The light shining through there to indicate the loose tile, which is like kind of neat, honestly. But the other major thing about the moveset and the controls is that was a new high score somehow. Even with a death, you wouldn't think that... You would think that deaths would count against your score somehow. I hate this repeated noise. Even, like, with the presumed attempt at, like, creating this smooth parkour experience... Oh, wrong button. I hate that this column, or whatever you want to call it, to the right is visible, because it completely spoils the actual puzzle here of going downstairs and figuring out that there's a platform here, because it's literally on screen. And the butterfly shows you that you're supposed to go there. I'll grab this, I guess. Oh my god! See, that's the other thing. The mobile phone game doesn't do that shit. Like, it attempts to recreate the sort of smoothness, but honestly, it kind of doesn't even come close. Because this version, this game has a lot more of, like, you can move, well, you can only move with the analog stick, and moving the stick lightly makes you walk. And you can sort of slide between... There's like... there's a correlation between the physical tactile sensation of sliding the analog stick from one direction to the other with the prince like sliding from one move to another. That isn't really there in the phone game. Yeah, we have these weird like noises, like the sound effects. I don't like the combat in this version. We get these fucking matrix. I'm just trying to swap places and I don't know how to do it. I only ever do it accidentally. Like, it's kind of coming back to me why I don't like this version. It is, like, I posited during, like, while playing the phone one, that it's, like, an aesthetic, thematic thing. But, no, this is, like, so much more slippery. Like, the preciseness and crispness of the original game is, like, totally lost. You know, in favor the comedy punch sound effect straight out of fucking Blazing Saddles or whatever. All in the name of like smooth cinematic spectacle. It just like doesn't feel good instead. And the combat is also like, the attacks were slow, and even if the parry and riposte like wasn't properly represented in the phone game, it didn't have the issues that this has, where everything is like slidey and slippery and floaty, and you're always gliding from one state to the other. You can do a running jump after running like half a tile. Just bizarre. How am I getting a high score on every level? That doesn't make sense. Did I like erase my ghost or something? I don't understand how I can keep getting a high score on every level when I'm not doing very well. Things are a little different between versions, but broadly speaking, as far as like how the game is intended to work, you can't really skip the skeleton. You get sort of forced into combat mode, and once you're in combat mode, you can sheath the sword and roll over that, yeah. But it's kind of, oh, I hate that because of the analog stuff. Like it sometimes you fail to start running and accidentally take a walking step before transitioning into the run, which is like really bad when that's not what you want. Weird. So like, would it have been possible to skip the skeleton and run past? Oh, here's another thing, by the way, the perspective. I was talking about the inability to see the top floor. This like close to center of the screen jaw trap is a perfect example of how it's fucked up on the horizontal axis. Because if something is close to the center of the screen, you don't get the baked-in, like, sort of quarter-view perspective. You can see it on the pillars, too. Like, on the left side of the screen, we can see through the pillars in one way, and on the right side of the screen, where the guard is standing, we see through the pillars the other way. But if there were a pair of pillars right in the center of the screen, they would be, like, obscuring each other. And that's what's happening with the jaw trap. So because we get these, like, clearly distinguished tile edges, which is a, you know, an appreciated aspect, the actual design of the trap blends in much more, so the trap can be like much harder to see than it's supposed to be. I didn't mean to take a step there again, like, there's an ambiguity to the movement because of what's essentially overlapping inputs. Oh, cool, different guard model. Forgot about that. I didn't even comment on it while we were still in the dungeons, by the way. But, the aesthetics here of the... Do I get more points for refilling my health? The game counts potions somehow. No. The kind of brightness and like the dungeons don't look sufficiently dank and oppressive in this version, and I was thinking about that when I play the phone one because it kind of all right, we got the Two Thrones Prince in this one too. I actually had forgotten about that. We'll see the dungeon tile set again, so I'll comment on it then if I remember, but there's just like between the soundscape and the visuals and the flippiness of the prince and the lack of consequences for failing with the checkpoints and everything, like there is a feeling of peril and danger that I think is kind of missing here. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Yeah, not just the backflip and the wall jumping, but even the fact you can run, you can like transition into combat while running. There's a lot of things done to let you kind of streamline and speed up things to a much larger degree than the phone game. So I can see why I didn't feel that way. So here's an interesting thing. There is the big health potion there, which obviously the Shadow Prince is going to grab. The phone game did imply that there is a life extension to get on this level. I guess I never thought too much about. I'm pressing the show life and time thing, but yeah, the checkpoint sign prevented it from being visible. I mean, I do think the controls, I do think I would, like, I would have less of a problem with how the controls feel if I could use the D-pad. Combat is so imprecise and sloppy and slidey and strange, which is funny because the phone version, while not feeling like the original, didn't have this problem. But I can also, I can just cancel the startup of any of my attacks with a block. So that's like weirdly generous. There's no map in this version. So the rallying works in this version, but I can't really visually confirm if that's what's happening or not. So I'm just buffering a block input after every attack input, just to be safe. And yeah, sometimes the just randomly, sometimes the blocking animation is replaced with a dodge animation, which I don't necessarily mind, but it does kind of, you know, sort of combined with everything else that feels sort of slippery and imprecise. I canceled my counterattack before it connected. And again, there's some way of turning around, but I don't know how it's done. So I can't, like, deliberately aim for it. The rhythm of the rallying is super weird too, because technically it's like more dynamic. It's not like a locked-in thing. But it means that the animations are like sped up and slowed down to account for it. That in a way that looks really weird and unnatural. Yeah, it's funny. I definitely... I think this version still has, you know, plenty of merits on its own. As like abrupt as they're sort of cut and how they're extremely undercut by the framing of these extra little scenes. I do kind of like how the cutscenes are done. Like I said, a little traipsing animation there is pretty cute. There he is, the minister. But I have a lot of grievances with this version that don't apply to the phone version, which is kind of interesting. I wasn't really expecting to feel that way. Oh, I just realized something. I think this is the version that has the weird extra spikes in this pit. For some reason, I had in my memory the Mega Drive version had them, but I'm pretty sure it's this version. Yeah, we're in 7 o'clock laser beam season. There it is. Is this game better than its original counterpart? Absolutely not. Yeah, see? The extra spikes there is so fucked. I mean, you can listen to me talk about what I like about this game for hours on pretty much most streams, even when I don't play Prince of Persia games. But there's pretty much most of the changes. I mean, the graphics is one thing. They're not my preference, but still largely inoffensive from a pure, like, aesthetic point of view. Why not that doesn't knock him down? But otherwise, I think largely the changes and additions made in this game, they attempt to solve problems that don't exist, in my opinion, and as a result, they all contribute to, like, undermining aspects of the original game that I really like. Weird. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. The highlights to... Whoa! He dropped automatically fairly quickly. Was not expecting that. The running jumps being finicky is definitely not something... I'm not having that problem in this game. The fact you can just see off screen. Yeah, I'm running at like half the distance I'm supposed to be able to get the long jump, and I still have like room to spare. Fucked up. Not too dissimilar from the Flashback remake. Yeah, I can see that for sure. You know, it's a game where there's like a bunch of changes made to accommodate people who don't like the game, I guess, you know? And I think, you know, theoretically, or not a right way to phrase it, but like, there's nothing to say that every instance of making a change to like accommodate, for lack of a better word, a wider audience has to be... Oh yeah, it just tells you what it does. I remember that the music abruptly cuts off when you touch the floor. It's so funny. There's nothing to say that by definition a change made to accommodate, you know, a wider audience, new players, whatever you want to call it, has to be at the cost of something that made the original thing good. But how can I get a new high? I mean, I don't know. I guess I've just gotten way better at Prince of Persia. I don't know. But like, I played this game with some regularity and got the deathless and whatever, and somehow I'm like playing sloppily now and getting a new high score on like every level. It doesn't make sense. Maybe the scoring system is just fucked. And I think in this game, many things are done in a way that absolutely undermines the design of the original game. In fact, again, short of aesthetics, which are a lot more subjective, I think, I can hardly think of anything that doesn't undermine the game. 40 minutes at level 8, that's pretty good. Yeah, the weird lack of commitment, because you can just abort your attack and cancel into a parry. But the animation, like the visual state of the animation being so unclear, because you just like seamlessly blend between animations, and the animations, like the time scale, like speeds up and down, still ends up being confusing. Yeah, combat's definitely weird. Yeah, for whatever reason, the that move of like swinging around, it's weirdly difficult to do. All right, I guess you can roll through spikes, but because I rolled through the first spikes, but I'm not sure if I could have rolled through 2 sets of spikes. I did it because I was curious to see if it would work. It's been the best port so far. I mean, that's the thing, like, there's... Even among all the good ones, there's no definitive version, because there's no version that's better than any other in every way. Categorically, as I like to say, there is sort of the simple binary of it. Is it a good port or not? Listen to that, was not well timed. And then from there, and that's largely, you know, defined by, does it control properly? And I think this is an interesting example of something that kind of sets its own rules, and it does work within its own rules for the most part. But the forced analog control and the weird, like, ambiguous nature of sliding between directions and, like, canceling states with other states. There's a lot of stuff where you can sort of halfway fall over an edge, but you still have, like, an extra little bit of coyote time to jump. That sort of just doesn't feel right, and creates situations that wouldn't have occurred otherwise that are kind of weird. Like, as far as bad, you know, poorly controlling ports. This one's nowhere close to the versions that are truly messed up. What's that guy doing up there? But it's not, like, it's frustrating to try to control because it does things you don't expect with a higher degree of frequency than you would like, which is like 0. But as far as, like, you know, I'm not gonna do a ranking of, like, these are the best ones, this is better than that, this is a tier list or whatever, because I think so many of them, like, that's why I approached my, like, review system the way I did, because I want there to be well, it's not that I want there to be ambiguity, but I think I'm just giving my experience and perspective, and if you look at my emoji review scale and say, I can't really tell what this means, I don't know if Mind Blown is better than Starstruck, or if Smiling Face with Smiling Eyes is better than like Laughing Face. Okay, so that timing doesn't work. If that's how you feel about my review scale, then good, because that's how I feel. I don't know which one is better. It's not, like, doesn't exactly work that way. Now, I don't have a problem recommending certain versions. I can say this is a cool one, that's a cool one. But I do genuinely feel like it's kind of a more difficult question than that, and I think it's sort of, it's more a matter of which order should you look at them in, or which is the most, like, where should you start? But that's from my perspective of, like, well, obviously one version isn't gonna be enough. This game's fucking sick. And the whole timing and feel of that is so weird. But the PC98 version is awesome, and it's interesting to look at, of course, because it was such a, like, it's the basis for a bunch of other versions. I think the Atari ST version is super interesting because it has completely unique graphic. It's the only version, it's the only Western computer version that has its complete own visual identity. Alright, that doesn't work. I can make a running jump from within one tile. That's absurd. The whole feel of dealing with these traps is just totally different and so weird. And the mouse just, like, before you even register what happens, the mouse shows up. Like, I particularly like highlighting the Atari ST version because it's, I feel like it's relatively unknown for how interesting it is. Yeah, like, for sure, flip side, like, I think the... Oh, we didn't actually get a high score. What I love about it is that so many versions have something unique about them that in many cases is... Oh, that's not gonna work. A really novel, cool thing. I got, like, caught up in animation. Oh, wow, I canceled my vertical jump with a forward jump. Super late. Just feels kind of weird. Right. I was trying to roll through, which probably would have worked if I got the roll to come out sooner. That timing does not work in the original. Trying to stop. I didn't mean to turn around. Oh my god. Analog controls. So, like, you know, depending on how long of a list you want to make. I didn't mean to turn it. Oh my Jesus Christ. Depending on how long a list you want to make of versions of Prince of Persia that you want to try, and you want to sort of cut from the bottom or add from the top, however you want to see it. For anyone who hasn't played the game, I would basically recommend the DOS version purely on account of, like, accessibility and availability. It's probably the easiest one, you know, assuming that you don't necessarily have like a PC98 emulator set up with a complete library of games or whatever, you know. You can go to the Internet Archive and play the DOS version. Like, you can... It takes no preparation or effort or research, really, to find that version and play it, regardless of how you go about finding games on the internet to play them. And most people... Didn't mean to do that, but that's fine. Most people would consider the DOS version the definitive version if they are at all familiar with the concept or fact of there being different versions. So, like, you will have the most commonly shared experience with other people if you play the DOS version, if that's, you know, if you're only ever going to play one. So there's, I think, many arguments to be made for it in that sense. I think it provides a good baseline or frame of comparisons for other versions. After that, I would probably say the PC98 version, because it was like the foundation for adding and changing a bunch of things that many other versions inherited. The Mega CD version has the awesome animated cutscenes, and it's just kind of a good version that borrows some elements from the PC98 one. The Super Nintendo game is excellent, but I wouldn't recommend it to someone who hasn't played Prince of Persia. I would recommend it to someone who has finished and essentially mastered the original game. Both because it's much more difficult, but also because I think everything the game does, especially like all sort of the changes it makes, to me at least, I just think it's more interesting in the context of having the original game as a frame of reference. I think basically you're both, when it comes to the novelty of the addition as well as the challenge of it, I just think you're going to be better primed to appreciate the Super Nintendo game if you're familiar with the original. Mileage may vary, of course. Certain types of players who are very focused on challenge above everything else might prefer to jump into the deep end. But generally speaking, I think it's basically true. This is level 10. It's fucked up that I can't... See, that's the thing, like, this version also has names for the levels, but it doesn't have the map screen, it doesn't have a title, it doesn't show you the name of the levels in the actual game. Weird. I guess if you block at point blank range, you can swap places. I don't really understand how it works. Like standing in the pit. And according to the mobile phone score listing, whatever. There is a health extension on this level. I'm not really going to bother going on a search adventure quest right now, but obviously you can look up maps and figure it out quite easily. I prefer to do that exploration myself at one point or another. So, you know, as a counterpoint to, or not counterpoint, but like, stop with this fucking rhythm. It's like one of them is on a global timer and one of them only starts when I went to the same floor. Weird. To contrast, I guess, you know, the DOS version is a good sort of introduction. I mean, if you play the Mega CD version or the PC-98 version or the Atari ST version or the Amiga version or the X68000 version, whatever, like any of the quote-unquote good versions are fine to play first. I guess I feel like it makes more sense if you've only ever played one version. It probably buffer the forward input in a weird way. Like, it probably, if it isn't the DOS version and you don't like live in Japan and played it on a Japanese computer at the time, slid over to that tile, you're like a bit of a weirdo. And you know, if that's what you want, that's fine. PC-98 version is the only version you've played. I mean, it's a good ass version. You're not really missing out per se. But if you want to be able to participate in discourse or shared experiences of the game, I think that might behoove you to like prioritize the DOS version. But so in contrast to that, this version I think is like, the timing there's so messed up. Okay, I'm gonna actually go against what I just said and go over here to this area, which I always figured, my understanding is that it's just like a red herring. There's nothing over here. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, because there's like nothing here. There is a health extension here. Oh, for sure there was, I don't know, unless it's different in this game, which seems unlikely. Whatever. I think this is like a terrible version. I understand what they were going for, and as I've said before, I think it's in some ways successful. I think the phone one more so than this, maybe. Successful in what they were trying to do in terms of like broadening the appeal and like simplifying, you know, making the game more inviting, what have you. But I think it's doing so in a way that like so drastically alters the game experience in a, for me, negative way with the controls. Like, I think we talked early on today's stream about Prince of Persia as a game has a certain reputation for being a very difficult game, which I think is a little bit unearned. I think in a lot of ways... Hey, that's pretty cool. I learned that from the mobile version. The game isn't nearly as punishing and challenging as people think it is. Like, I think the hallmarks of the original game is that it's exceptionally fair, and it's not a jerk, and it's not overly punishing. There are so many ways in which very small tweaks could have made it so much more punishing. Like, you have infinite lives. The level design is very restrained in terms of like the levels aren't mazes really. You can rarely choose between more than two ways to go at any one point. Like they're not an interconnected web of forks in the road where you get lost really. There's a lot of very consistent rules to how the levels work, to how the puzzles work, to how the mechanics of the doors and switches and stuff works. Like there's a very firm groundwork for intuiting how things are going to work, to the point where you can predict things, you can make educated guesses, and more often than not those guesses are going to be correct once you learn kind of the grammar of the game. And those are not hallmarks of games that are like unfair and rude and punishing. And if you know Prince of Persia by reputation as like a difficult, punishing game, I think you're more likely to try the game. Wait, this isn't where I go up, is it? No. Well, I guess it fucking will work. No, not quite. Alright, that's pretty satisfying. Oh my god, I didn't need to walk there. I'm a little confused about, but we'll see. Did it change the screen, or am I just drunk? Oh, this will work at least. I think I'm a little bit drunk. I definitely didn't do this the way I would normally do it. I guess I would just, yeah, I would just take that one from the right. Okay, yeah, I did this in a weird roundabout way. You may be sort of primed to experience the game a certain way if you have a certain set of expectations for what kind of game it's going to be. And I think this version of the game, if we can call it that, this incarnation of Prince of Persia, despite the... not the jump I meant to do. Despite every attempt to make this more forgiving and smooth and like inviting to control, it is so much more slippery and awkward and strange that I think that this version of the game is sort of likely to reinforce someone's perception that Prince of Persia, you know, has bad controls. That's a thing people say, right? Like, you know, you don't jump instantly. There's a learning curve to the controls. You have to sort of understand that you have to buffer and cue inputs by holding things instead of just tapping them and things like that. And I understand that's not intuitive. If you've played a lot of other video games, I understand why people will struggle with that, but I also think, like, it takes 5 minutes to understand, and then you're good. But I think if you play this version, it sort of lives up to those perceptions in a negative way, where people sort of prejudice or inaccurate perception of the game can be reinforced, and I think that's very unfortunate. But if you've played other versions of the game, you know them and you like them, and then play this, you can see it from a different perspective. That's kind of interesting. What's up, Joe Grill? Yeah, so it's a remake of the original. It's basically reusing assets really from the PS2 games to sort of use that aesthetic, and I think it's, you know, looks okay. It's kind of... I'm not a big fan of the graphics, but I think the graphics are kind of the least of this game's problem. So a big part of what they changed are the controls and really the moveset. And it changes the game pretty fundamentally in a way that I'm not a big fan of. This doesn't feel very good. It, to a degree, removes some of the challenge that's supposed to be there, but it's not really, like, that's in itself is not my primary complaint. Like, it's too easy. For me, it's like, it introduces new difficulty because there's a bunch of awkward things that happen that I don't expect to happen, because you can move in certain ways you couldn't in the original, and the game, like, auto-corrects you in certain ways to, like, perform moves that didn't exist in the original and things like that. I mean, I do think the fact that no, I didn't. Ah, perfect example. I was facing to the right, but because this game has a move where you can turn around when grabbing a ledge, the game decided that I wanted to grab the side I was not facing because I was physically closer to it. So I jumped up and grabbed a loose tile that I didn't want to grab, and it fell on me. Now, luckily, that doesn't get me stuck. I can still make this jump and continue over here. But there could easily have been a scenario where dropping the wrong tile is like a failure state, and I'd be screwed. Yeah, and he just drops down. Not when I go up here, but when I enter the screen. Wait, how do I sheath my sword? That button, okay. Just like, alright, that looks pretty funny. Okay, they fade in. That's more than the initial, like, original game's effect. There's a little bit of something there. I like it. I think the Super Nintendo game's invisible tiles are the coolest for sure, but they did something there. It's funny how, like, even the phone versions, like, level transitions with a little map screen and intro card feel so much better than this game's. So let's see how the Jafar fight. I mean, this works better when he's actually on screen, for sure. I'll say that much. Forget what the parry button is. I still think he's like a bit lanky and goofy looking, but he definitely comes across as a more plausible physical presence and sort of imposing threat here than in the phone game. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. So of course this big guy doesn't exist in the phone game, so he just spawns in like a regular guard. Doesn't quite have the same effect. But it still works. As I said when we play that game, I think both that version and this version solves a problem in a rare instance of solving something that actually was an issue. The boss fight of the original game being super underwhelming. It's interesting. So here the door just does open like in the original. In the phone game I had to walk over here to press a switch. Funny. Well, yeah, you can quite easily get killed there by overshooting that jump and dropping into that pit, so let's avoid that. Weird ledge grab that happened. But the phone game did not do a great job of delivering on an actual boss fight. Yeah, so it's interesting. The phone game, I fucked around a fair bit more for sure, and I took way more deaths. Part of which came from genuine difficulty with running jumps. But yeah, this was kind of my memory. Because this game has so many concessions and combat's like way easier. You can navigate through things more quickly. Like we made it to the final boss with 26 minutes left, which is a lot. So let's see if this is any more dramatic and cool. I love the visual of this. This is sick. Yeah, I mean it's no Super Nintendo or even PC98 Jafar fight, but it's a significant improvement from the original game. Mechanically, I think it's a good... Can't get close enough for my counterattack to connect. In terms of how to mechanically distinguish Jafar from other enemies in the game and create the feeling of a boss fight, I think this is cool. I think they did a good job of, like, he's got his magic attacks. He can shoot a beam, so you have to dodge it while getting into range. I didn't follow it. But he also has this, like, force push knockback attack where even if you block it, you get pushed back a few tiles. So you get pushed back to range like this. So you have to go back, like, you know, the laser beam attacks are not made irrelevant as soon as you manage to close the distance once. Mechanically, conceptually, the mobile phone version was very similar, but his beam or his pushback didn't push you back when you block it. And I think that's a crucial component that was missing there. Obviously, this has nothing on the Super Nintendo fight. But even compared to the PC98 one, from a mechanical standpoint on how to add something, like how do you design an enemy or design a boss in Prince of Persia, I think this is a really, really well done one of those. Because I think it's interesting because we've seen certain examples of it. There is the Minister and Jafar in the original game, which are both not that great. The Minister is a better boss fight than... Or, I mean, you can count the Shadow Prince as well, right? It's a puzzle fight, but it's a boss fight. I hate this. This fucking budget-ass screen just pops up before the ending. So weird. I don't know Prince of Persia 2 very well to point to a lot of specific examples. There's the one skeleton on the bridge on like level 4 or 5 or whatever it is. That's a pretty cool set piece. There's the answer to your question, by the way. He becomes the Prince of Persia by marrying the princess. We can find a few different examples of... Oh, that's time, I guess. Okay, I thought this was like credits or something. No, it's just a quiet screen. Oh, okay. We had to just press the button before we get 5 FPS confetti and the other half of the ending. Oh, there's the credits. Okay, I see. I see. It's kind of cool. I like... I mean, it's about 5% as sick as the PC98 ending, but no one in their right mind would expect an Xbox Live Arcade game to have a better ending than a PC98 counterpart, I don't think. But yeah, so as far as like how do you design, you know, the combat in Prince of Persia is awesome. It fulfills its purpose extremely well. It's satisfying and it's fun and it's cool, but there isn't that much depth to it, and it doesn't immediately like you can turn a few knobs in terms of like an individual enemy can be more or less aggressive, they can be more or less skilled at parrying and like rallying, they can have more or less health, but you know, the original game does tweak those elements to create more challenging opponents as the game goes on. But those dials aren't really enough to create a mechanically distinct enemy. The Minister works because it's like a bit of a jump. He is significantly better at parrying than other enemies up to that point. He has a visually unique look, so he stands out as a unique opponent. But and it works for that character, it works for that fight, but it's kind of a one note thing. You can't really create a lineup of bosses using those mechanics. So where do you go from there? How do you create bosses? Like, I think the original game doesn't need a bunch of boss fights. I guess you could count the skeleton if you wanted to. Like, there's a skeleton, the minister, the shadow, and Jafar. And out of those, Jafar is, like, by a huge margin, the least interesting fight. Because it's basically the same as the minister. He's just a tough enemy. The skeleton is unique in that it cannot die. You have to push it over the edge, and then you push it into a pit. The shadow you cannot kill either. If you kill him, you die. If you push him over the edge, you die. If you let him kill you, you die. So the solution is to not fight at all. You sheath your sword, and you walk into him, and that's how you solve that fight. It's awesome. It's like one of the most memorable set pieces in a pretty memorable game. And I think what they did in this game is a great expansion on the vocabulary of combat mechanics in Prince of Persia. An enemy that can attack you from range doesn't exist in the original game, so that's an interesting thing, right? And Jafar has an advantage over you from range because he can shoot laser beams, and all you can do is walk up to him and dodge trying to get there. So he can do that, but he also has the ability to push you back to create that distance. So those things all coalesce and sort of fit in with what the mechanics of the game is. So you create this asymmetry of abilities between the two characters and an advantage for the boss character, which makes the fight sort of interesting, and it doesn't feel like it's breaking the rules of the game. By contrast, I think the Asura boss fight in the Super Nintendo game, I don't think it's a bad fight. I don't think it is a failure, but I think it's a little awkward. Without going into too much detail, you fight what's essentially a big monster character who... I don't remember if he actually attacks you at all. I don't think he does, but he jumps around, and when he lands, it summons sort of projectiles, these skull things that fall from the top of the screen. So you have, like, it's a very video game boss fight type boss fight. You have to, like, dodge and dance back and forth to avoid these things falling from the sky, while, like, inching down his health by chopping at him, because the longer the fight goes on, the more of these falling things you have to dodge. And it's a little awkward because the moveset and the vocabulary of the player character's movement is not really designed for this sort of Space Invaders, like, projectile dodging. I think it's interesting because it really pushes against the boundaries of what the game system can handle, and it really rides that line. I think it's good for that game that there aren't, like, 5 bosses that all try to cram this, like, action game gameplay into something that's not fully equipped to handle it. But for a one-off boss, it's a novelty that doesn't overstay its welcome. But I do think that it's, like, I'm glad they did it so we have that as an example to look at. But I think looking at it, it is not the solution to how you create good boss fights. Now, it is an awesome boss fight in the set piece spectacle aspect. It has a completely unique level. You're in this, like, dungeon. There's, like, an opening cutscene before the fight. There's, like, the musical theme. Like, everything around it, how it's framed, is sick as fuck. It's, like, easily, like, top 3 memorable moments of that version of the game. So it's a very cool fight. It is absolutely not, like, a failure as a fight, but in terms of, more specifically, the experiment of how do we create boss fight gameplay within Prince of Persia, I think it's basically a failure because I think, nah, that's not really it. I think, again, purely focused on the mechanical design of the interactions and how it ties into the combat system as it exists. I think the Jafar fight in this game is more successful in expanding on what an enemy type can do and how that can create like an interesting fight. That doesn't mean I think this is the best Jafar final boss. I think basically every version that takes after PC98, like the PC98 version, the Mega CD version, the drama and spectacle and presentation and the coolness of Jafar as a character carry that final fight into something very exciting, even if it isn't quite as mechanically deep. The Super Famicom one does do more with it. It has like multiple phases. It's been quite a while, so I can't really remember exactly how it works, but I do know that he's got this magic ability. He can like kill you in one hit. Like there's some fucked up shit like that, but it's cool and it's fine for a final boss fight. And in the Super Nintendo version specifically, once you make it to Jafar, the timer doesn't matter. Like the clock stops at the final level, so you can afford infinite retries without risking a bad ending or anything. So like I think that's fine as a challenge, and as a like fight on the whole, it's awesome. It's like probably the best one because the spectacle and the build up to it and everything is executed so well. But yeah, I wanted to give credit to this game where it's due, because I think they did do a good job. Maybe the I don't know about the only, but a rare instance of where I actually think this did better, or the phone game failed to kind of live up to what this game did, was that so funny because these are all like 2 seconds long. Did we even see this? Oh, I guess this is the bad ending. I think this is cool, like the fact that there's a proper bad ending. Some versions show a bit of text when time runs out, but a lot of versions just sort of cut to the title screen. But yeah, for the most part, I think the phone version avoids a lot of the pitfalls of this one in terms of the controls being weird and things like that. The 3D graphics kind of looking cheap. But the Jafar final boss fight was a little bit flimsy in that one for sure, and it was pretty good here. The game does show like a prompt when you first start. Do I have a ghost? No? Okay. Oh, so if you start a new game, the game does show you the intro, but there is no option for starting a new game in the normal mode. The normal mode only has continue game and level select. I guess if you game over, you probably can start a new game. But if you beat the game, you can't start a new game, or if you just like save and quit. So we didn't get to see this before either, I guess. So, okay, cool. I'm glad we got to see this. But I wonder if we, I don't know if we have ghost data for time attack mode. I don't remember exactly what the ghost looks like, so I kind of wanted to see and kind of show it off while we're at it. But it's weird, like the score, yeah, no ghost, so let's... Yeah, see, there's no new game. I can only continue game. Where do we continue from? Oh, we continue from where we complete the final level. It's so absurd. It's so stupid. Why is there a checkpoint after the final level? So we have to replay level whatever. And then we don't get the intro. Oh, that's weird. The low frame rate ghost. No, oh my god. Why is it so hard to do that move? I thought I'd figured out how to do it, but... I guess for my best score, I just fucked around at the beginning. Oh, he's not there. Or like, you know, we're... going way faster. So where's the... Okay, it's over there. Right. And it's funky. The frame rate's terrible for whatever reason. I don't know how to consistently dodge falling tiles in this version. So you do get, like, score for, oceans and what have you. Technically, I might get a new score for grabbing this. Even though I either didn't need it, or if I did need it, I, like, fucked up. It is funny though, like, there's a bunch of stuff with the score and everything where this game has all that stuff, but the mobile game did such a better job of like presenting it between levels, and it shows the little perfect score bonus after combat. It's like I somehow feel unsurprised that the like Chinese mobile developers had like such a much keener sense of like satisfying flow and presentation for a video game than the Canadians or whoever made this. It pop up these obnoxious, weird, flow destroying menu screens in between each level, and then they don't even use them to display your or the name of the levels and stuff like that. It's kind of bizarre. Anyway, that's what a ghost looks like. So I guess start us on level 2 now. Anyway, it was at least satisfying to be able to breeze through one of these. Even the phone game gave us more resistance than expected, but I don't mind a little bit of friction. So thank you, Xbox. Let's do this. And take a look here. So highly unsurprisingly, the result of game number 21 is a trophy. And yeah, I mean, there's no two ways about it. I don't like this as much as the phone version. There are things about this game that are questionable and that are, I think, sort of problematic, that, you know, things that undermine, things that compromise the integrity of the original game's design. That, you know, it's a flaw completely independent of the merits of the phone game. But obviously the phone game stands as a sort of a companion to this, right? So we actually do have sort of a version of this game that isn't as compromised in those ways to compare it to. And okay, I played it on a computer keyboard, maybe on a phone it's a little more clumsy, but I even commented on the fact that I think they did a great job of, like, it's funny, like, even when I thought that the streamlining of controls in the phone version was more kind of one-to-one with the console game, I was like, yeah, I'm okay with it because it's compensating for an inherent bit of clumsiness with phone controls. But it turns out that it's not even that, because it's still more precise than the Xbox version. I don't hate it. Like, I think the PoP Classic console game is still quite playable compared to all the like broken versions. It's rarely frustrating in those ways. It didn't have any like broken switches and doors that don't work. Even though I kind of prefer a lot of how it's framed in the phone version, this version also does have the scoring system. Although I realize now that I don't think it did a very good job of explaining and breaking down how the score works. The phone game did that better. But like, there's a built-in, I hate to use the word replay value because I don't think philosophically that you should tie your enjoyment to revisiting a game you like to external rewards. I don't think that should be the definition of what makes a game worth going back to. But just as a way of like common parlance, like there's high scores and leaderboards and achievements and things you can sort of check off. I don't think that the achievement list is very well designed, because you will get at least half, if not more, for just playing through the game once. But whatever. There are, like, compared to every other version, there is a layer of those types of things that are there that aren't in the previous versions. And again, I can say that I kind of prefer how they are in the phone version, but they are still present here, and that's not nothing. I've still spent a non-insignificant amount of time with this version to get like the Deathless achievement and stuff like that, and I wouldn't have done that if I didn't enjoy my time with it. It's like frustrating because I wish it controlled better. I wish it was more like the original. I wish it had a classic mode that played like the original. Like, that I would prefer that. Literally just allowing me to use the D-pad would be a notable improvement to the feel of playing the game. So, I've got mixed feelings, but I think the biggest issue with this game is that it's different enough in a way that's at best like a lateral move to the side that I sort of worry that people would play this version and think that this is what Prince of Persia is. I mean, I guess people doing that with the NES version or the Game Boy version or the Sam Coupe version is also bad. But I think the problem is in a little bit that people, it's very conceivable that someone would play this version and not only have the feeling of, oh, this is Prince of Persia, I've played Prince of Persia, but like, oh, I played the updated version, I played the fixed version, the improved version that fixes all the bad controls that I heard about the old game, and I thought it was okay. Like, oh man, like that's terrible. So I think this hands down, this is the version of Prince of Persia on this list that has the most sort of baggage around it. It's a problematic game. But it also isn't nearly as infuriating as like the Game Boy versions. It's not as fucked up. I think there's a layer of things that don't really work the way they're supposed to, or the way they were intended or designed. But still, most of the things that I dislike about this aren't faults or imperfections or bugs or a failure to, like, on a technical level, to adapt mechanics or aspects of the original game. Things like you can see bits of the next screen over. They're like quality of life improvements. Like I said, solutions to problems that I don't think existed. So it's more of a design, like some of the controls being weirdly ambiguous, and you can end up doing things you didn't mean to do in a way that wasn't possible originally. I can consider those things flaws and bugs or whatever. But the majority of the things that I kind of dislike about this are things that are much more deliberate design decisions that I personally do not agree with, because I think they undermine the design of the original game. So it's less clear-cut worse, or like I said, a failure to understand and replicate the mechanics of the original. There were certain things in other games where it's like, I can maybe see this being something they wanted to do deliberately to try to address blah, blah, blah. But it's like, it's probably giving them way too much credit. Whereas here, like, yeah, that's almost certainly what they meant to do. So I have a degree of respect for that. Like, it's not what I think the game needed, but I can see the reasoning behind making some of those choices. And as I've said before too, I think it's maybe unfortunate, but I don't think they're totally off base with some of those ideas for making the game like more palatable to more players. So where does all of that land us on the highly scientific emoji scale? I think this is where we're at. The fully neutral face. I think this is better than all the flat out bad versions. But especially in light of the phone version existing and what's cool about that, I cannot see myself ever recommending this over any of the good versions. To me, this is much more a novelty. I think this is more of a novelty than the phone one. The phone one I have a much easier time recommending as a good game on its own, whereas this is like, yeah, it's worth a look as a weird alternate version of Prince of Persia, but it's not as enjoyable as the phone version. Which is interesting. This is not where I necessarily thought we would arrive at the end of today. But here we are. It's been fun, though, and like I said, after a streak of skulls there, it's at least satisfying to have finished the game. I do kind of, I mean, it's, you know, hindsight's 2020 and all that, but now I'm thinking, man, I kind of wish that we played them in the other order, because I mean, I obviously appreciated the phone game a lot regardless. And in a way, you know, I was able to look at the phone game with, I think, a little bit more neutrality. If I had played the Xbox version first, I would have been reminded about all the things I dislike about it, and it would have been more immediately obvious that many of those issues weren't there in the phone one. So for good or bad, I guess you could say I would maybe have appreciated it more. I don't know. I don't think that's exactly true, because I appreciate it a lot now, and I don't feel like I underappreciated it. I think I'm glad I was able to look at it through a more neutral lens, because I wasn't playing it going, "Oh my god, I'm so glad we're you know, not dealing with this or that." I guess for the sake of comparing it to the console game, I wasn't able to do a proper comparison because I didn't have this fresh enough in memory, but I don't think that's too much of a problem. But in some ways, I guess you could see what they had sort of adapted and how they did it. But whatever, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, I'm still glad to have finally played it, and I'm glad that it's so cool. I could, at this point, I guess part of me, just for the sake of it, would want to get that last achievement on the Xbox version. But if I ever were to like grind out scores or go for full completions or doing every mode or whatever, like, I'm definitely far more inclined to go to the phone version than the console one. I mean, I had reasonable hopes that the Java version would be good, but I have to say it definitely exceeded my expectations. So I'm very happy with it. Like I said, not super shocking, but no Commodore 64 version today. I'm gonna make sure that I have all of the remaining games ready to go for the next stream. Certainly not expecting to do all three of them in one go, but I want to look at them together. Maybe we'll see if in that preparation work I will get a better idea of how I'm going to portion this out over the next few streams. I kind of want to do the BBC Micro and Atari versions on the same stream back to back, which means that I might have to do like a shorter stream with just a Commodore 64 one first for that to make sense. I'm a little unsure, but I'll figure it out, and we will see how things land. So, home stretch. I'm excited. These last couple of home brew fan-made versions, I hope they're better than the Spectrum one, which was an impressive effort and cool for what it was, but it wasn't actually that great. It definitely had a lot of issues. I expect the other ones to be notably more faithful. And I mean, the Commodore 64 as a computer, in terms of just its general vibe and aesthetic capabilities, I have a fondness and a nostalgia for it, so that's going to be cool to experience. The other ones, not so much, but I'm excited to see what unique aspects they will be able to present. But this will be it for me today. I shall be back. I don't know when. Probably this weekend, if I had to guess, with Commodore 64 Prince of Persia, and possibly the BBC Micro and Atari 8-bit computer versions as well. Till then, take care, take it easy. We're going to go raid Burst Error, who's continuing their insane quest of completing about 400 different Makaimura games, which is a crazy undertaking, but they're taking it in stride, currently working on the Amiga version of Dai Makaimura, aka Ghouls and Ghosts. There's a very pleasant, relaxing Tim Follin soundtrack, which, you know, if you're lurking, just keeping this up on a background tab, it's working very well for that. I'm gonna go get some dinner and watch some Ghouls and Ghosts, I think. Take care again, and I'll see you guys next.